love in this world is my boss and my word, and I don't break them for no one. Do you understand? You need people like me so you can burn your fucking fingers.
I am the prodigy, probably an oddity, commodity to fuck up your psychology. I honestly, possibly, constantly body these fucking wannabes. I am the novelty, fulfillment of the prophecy. I am apostasy's atrocity, demonstrably an anomaly. Just check the verbosity of my anthology. What you want, I do this shit unconsciously. I told you after Devil's Night, I'm coming down swinging, hit 'em with that boom, and keep their heads ringing. Boom, I told you what I do. I told you what I do. Boom, I told you what I do. I told you what I do. Boom, I told you what I do. I told you what I do. Boom, I told you what I do. But you sleep, I told you what I do. What if I just switch the flow, let the pieces fall, call it domino. I kill in force, Idaho, you the hoe. I know you know how to ride this boat, rodeo. Like fuck with you a little, it'll ripple, cripple. But I give you this pickle. What am I trying to say? If A can beat me, then we can see. And after that, yeah, you can get the D. Boom, I told you what I do. I told you what I do. Boom, I told you what I do. I told you what I do. Boom, I told you what I do. I told you what I do. Boom, I told you what I do. But you sleep, I told you what I do.
Say good night to the bad guy. Come on. The last time you're gonna see a bad guy like this again, let me tell you. All
Oops was a man with two different names and two different faces.
So just want to give a brief overview about what this is all about. And I like having conversations with everybody of every walk of life. So I'll get on with, atheists and talk to atheists. I'll get on with people of all different types of faith. This is basically based around religion, which most of you know, most of you that follow me on Facebook or Twitter or what have you. But I am trying to show that we can have good conversations with people without anything getting violent.
The empathetic atheist.
The empathetic atheist.
Empathetic atheist.
He genuinely thinks that hanging around with a bunch of fucking idiots all the time is gonna make him smarter.
I asked him straight up if he agreed with it or not. And he said that he agreed with it in an Islamic state.
In an Islamic state, what's stopping me legally from going and killing someone is...
April 21st, 2020. It was a dark time. A mysterious pandemic is raging all over the world. And in America, most people are at home. In fear of what is to happen next, in fear they had lost the society they once knew. And in this time of uncertainty is where it all began.
All right. Well, thank you for tuning in to the first and debut show of the Empathetic Atheist Show. My name is Justin Downing. Thank you very much for tuning in.
The Empathetic Atheist debuted that late April evening. A secular human podcast with a goal to promote an honest and open dialogue.
But thank you, man.
Yeah, not a problem. It's great to have you on today. I want to actually thank a few people for tuning in right now. I got 7 people viewing as of right now on my show. I got Wes Sturtevant. He's actually helped me. He is the creator of, if you look up in the top right corner, the empathetic atheist symbol.
Oh, wow.
And he is the creator of that. And I thank him so much for everything that he's done. He's helping me out with my website. I'd also like to thank Pastor Taylor James for tuning in.
I met Justin Downs in about 2019. I'd say late 2019-ish. I was the pastor of Prayer Works. And I would do these interactive live streams called Atheist Anonymous, and the atheists would come and heckle me. And that's where I encountered Justin Downing.
Because it makes them look silly.
And he would harp on my comment section. Right, I recognized him because he showed up quite a bit in there. But it wasn't until later, like during the pandemic, like a few months after that, we met. I received a random Facebook message asking if I would like to come on his show, the Empathetic Atheist Show. This is their inaugural run. And I said, sure, I'll be there. I'll even write. He wanted to platform me, and I didn't have anything else to do. I think it was a Tuesday or Thursday night. So I hopped on, checked it out. He gave me a shout out from the stream and told me to come on the after party. And so I was there at the first one.
You're labeled as Pastor Taylor. I'm just curious to know why you have that name.
Because I graduated from Bible college, and I'm a Hellfire preacher.
Okay.
I'm a Baptist Hellfire preacher, and I do show on Prayer Works.
Okay.
But I'm also always intrigued to talk about my faith with people, especially in the atheist community, because I usually just feed trolls on my show, and they have ears to hear, so let them hear. Right? That's early on in the show. I was a fan. I came back after the first one, and then the second one, and then the third one, and the fourth one, because they had a pretty great array of guests. Like this was like the first of its kind. Like I don't think that there was a lot of streams like that. You even had some shows where one night it was some loopy religious guy. The next night it would be no shit biblical skeptics, right? And then there was even one night where I was just being yelled at by the scantily clad, foul-mouthed New Yorker. No, I called into the atheist experience.
But was it necessary to turn around with your little voice?
I'm super interested in the fallacy.
No, it was not. Huh? So if you cannot continue to act like a fucking adult, shut the conversation down and shut your mouth. Maybe this is why Matt cut you off.
So these after parties were pretty fucking wild. Like you would have who's behind door number one? Who's behind door number? Anyone could just pop in there.
Why? Because without God, one cannot invoke any necessity at all. Now you said there was
an assertion. Please demonstrate that.
Can I? Okay. Without God, without God being the absolute and constructing a world so that we could know something. May I finish, please? Okay. Yeah, I'll get to that momentarily. See, this is the tactic of atheists. When you start answering, they cut you off.
This is tactic of clarity.
Okay.
No. Yeah, I want to listen to what he says.
I'd like to finish.
Yeah.
Well, I originally met Justin on the Damn Show, the Daily Atheist Morning Show. And the funny part is the first one, Chris had asked him to co-host.
That's like a month and a half, 2 months.
Jeez.
Yeah, no, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's been a...
we hit the lull, I think, finally. Everyone's like, you'll hit that bump, but it's still going at a pace that we never even thought would happen at the beginning. So
yeah, I need to get some pointers from you.
Pretty awesome.
I've been doing it for almost the same amount. I've almost been doing it for about the same amount of time as you guys, but I'm at like 250 right now, so I need to take some pointers.
That was the first time I met Justin, and once he and I learned that we were trying to create channels or platforms that had similar in some notions as far as just trying to create healthy conversations and relationships. That's really where it originated, was that. And we, myself and others with Tang appeared on his show. He and Wes had appeared on our show, and that's how that relationship and at that point friendship had started. Starting at the bottom of the screen here, the host and the creator of the Empathetic Atheist Show on YouTube. Justin, what's going on, man?
Not much, man. Glad to be here. Thanks for having us.
Now we're pumped to have you, man. We're gonna have a good night. We're gonna have some fun tonight.
It was peaceful. There was nothing. There's nothing, looking back at it, there was nothing that stood out to me, as problematic that early. But we started our channels at almost the exact same time. I think they're within like 2 or 3 weeks of each other, as far as startup date. So at that point, there wasn't any red flags or alarms there. But yeah, I remember that. But everything was cool then.
So Justin and Bryce and he can't be here tonight, but Wes that plays a big part of the show. We've really grown a good friendship and a good bond with these folks, and we were on their show about a week ago. Now they're on ours, and we're excited to have them here on our platform. We're gonna have a great time tonight.
I'm even invited to come on the fucking Tart show, right? Atheist Roundtable to talk to them, and it just happens to be a ploy to fucking ambush me for making fun of Justin and his little show on Facebook.
Yeah, you have somebody that I respect the hell out of, like Justin, that's trying to do the best that he knows how to do for the world, and you choose to mock him in the name of Christ.
I didn't mock him in the name of Christ.
Well, you're constantly online talking about Christ and Pastor Taylor, and so whether you want to or not, that's what you're projecting.
I remember he had asked me to come on and help essentially co-host a show with a Christian, and it was
just someone else. I don't know how to do that.
Then okay. If it's God pursuing us, then why has God not found Justin and Austin?
All right, yeah. So like the first time I ever met EA he was still Empathetic Atheist. Wes Studevant was his producer and had reached out to me. I talked to Wes a few times. We had a pretty decent relationship. I think we still probably do. And we've always gotten along. So Wes asked me to come on, and I was like, yeah, I'll come on. I considered EA at that time to be an up-and-comer, and I think a lot of people did too. My channel wasn't much bigger than his at the time, but at the same time, I'd been doing it longer. So to me, he was like this new guy coming along, and he was making some waves.
Why is there a reprobate doctrine and that would say that some human beings God has hate for now, and that they have a one-way ticket to hell? Like, if this is like something that happened to you and has happened to Christians, and God is finding Christians, then God would be powerful enough to find us all, and I wouldn't then be paying the price after I die just because I failed to believe in something I couldn't see while I was alive.
Yeah. Well, that's a question that I don't have an answer to, because I've even asked that question myself. Why did you choose me and not the guy standing beside of me? Why?
Yeah, John,
I don't know.
The Christians in the room, there was a couple Christians in the room. They started to go at me. They started to go at me pretty hard. And I remember, I don't remember like Khalil participating, but I remember Khalil just being completely silent during it all and not, coming to my defense as an atheist against these one or two people. And one of the people was like, James is tired.
So with different versions of secular humanism, there's not really like a secular humanism. And from that perspective, given that atheists don't believe anything happened when you die, it's nihilism, which means that ultimately nothing matters in the end. So how do you adapt from that perspective? And my first interactions with him were just infuriating.
All right, so, and then I'll let other people pipe in because they'll probably have more sophisticated answers than me. So my secular humanism, you're right. It's not like, I don't look at secular humanism as a standard. It's a personal thing that I kind of live by, and mine isn't necessarily all that nice. So like I think that all human beings have merit, and there's grounds for respect. And then if human beings give me reason not to respect them, then I have that reason.
And then eventually, I started being a regular theist, contributor on his after show, and he would do interview people. Like I helped him secure a couple big names in the community.
I don't see the difference between Andrea Yates and Abraham. And yet almost every Christian would immediately recognize her as being, they would call her evil. I wouldn't. I would call her mentally unbalanced, but they would probably call her evil. And yet Abraham is called righteous. So is that an unfair analogy?
No. So I don't. So first of all, I did a video specifically about the Binding of Isaac, the story, not the game that I play on Twitch. And I don't know if you've seen that, but I don't want to rehash the whole thing. But I'll say this.
And then after that, there'd be a couple hours where theists would come on. We would interact. There'd be some debate. There'd be some discussion. It took off in like a mini capacity. I don't know if it ever really broke.
My understanding of the story of Abraham and Isaac is that God was testing Abraham. Now, clearly, God is not testing Abraham for God's benefit, because God already knows what's going to happen. So the test must be something for Abraham's benefit. And it is to let Abraham know that, okay, you're doing what God wants.
Well, I met Justin because I knew producer Wes. And producer Wes was in my Facebook group. It started the Church of Heretics. It started off as a Facebook group and an idea, and I kind of gained a little bit of notoriety in my little corner of the internet with my memes I was making, and I just write funny little posts and make funny little memes, and the Reverend Brother Heathen, through all that, had been born. And Wes really thought, and I had expressed my ideas of bringing the Church of Heretics to life, and Wes had reached out to me. Now, Wes and I had gotten talking, and he told me about Justin and how he'd started, and he knew some stuff with some of the programs, and that so he'd be willing to help me. So I met Justin, and we set up an interview to come onto his show, and it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of laughs, and Justin's was a super nice guy. He tried showing.
The thing about the live streams where they were too out of hand, or at least I would think so.
Theism is all fucking elitist and everything else, but you're gonna come to us talking about who's the theist here? Let me fucking tell you, more than half these you just said who's the theist.
Wes was one party, and you know, I really became friends with Justin and Wes after my initial participation in the show, and I was always told, thank you for participating in the show, and right, they're always appreciative. But I would be in their back channels, and I would hear that they were discussing how Justin didn't really do anything. He's just sitting in the corner, and the show is just like flying off the rails. So they need to get back in control, and they have more interested partnerships, right? So that the old faces started to fall out, and then new faces started to usher in.
Is his new co-host Bryce. Great to have you, man. How you feeling?
I'm doing great. I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yep. No, glad you were able to join Justin.
The graphics were improving. They were double networking. Right, Justin was going on more other shows.
Empathetic atheist.
The empathetic atheist.
Empathetic atheist.
So with production quality comes bigger guests.
Yes, we have up on deck is Mr. Arn Ra, the man with the phylogeny challenge that still hasn't been solved yet. What's going on, Arn?
The riffraff can't just come in anymore. It's a new show.
Inspired in a book that wasn't.
Prophecy. And speaking of prophecy, Justin Downing, I'm glad to see you back in the chat. You challenged God some weeks ago for me to ask God for you for a word that God wanted me to give to you. Well, God has given me a word for you.
Okay.
How did he do that?
No. I want to clarify that what I asked you to do was to ask God what he wants you to tell me to convince me that he exists. So, guys, get ready. I'm about to be a Christian.
Now, this is God's prophecy for you, Justin. Quote, this is the beginning of the end of your show, unquote, because of what you have done regarding the 3v3 with my friend Ethan Horn, my dad, Dr. David Eisner, and myself. You have been judged. You have cursed God's children, and it will not stand. And you will know that He is God and He is real when these events come to pass.
Justin's show ran for several hours, 3 nights a week, which invited a wide array of diverse and, at times, very peculiar individuals to join. In turn, the show quickly began to gather a cult following and started its inevitable expansion.
All right, so we're in Empathetic Atheist Show Season 2. All right, and Justin has a whole new different personality.
You know, I chose, I didn't really know what I'd talk about coming into this to motivate this, but, I had this conversation with Katie and it went well. And so I'm going to assume that it's prime numbers are familiar enough to most people, right? Divisible by only one and themselves. If there is a prime number P, okay? A number of the form 2P plus 1, such that this, and let's let the set of all primes be denoted, boldface, like some big P, right? Just so it's obvious. So this is a set. And I can define a set if you want me to, but
a lot of us had worked hard to try to get the guy his first 1,000 subscribers. Like I remember we started like messaging people on Facebook. He's at 960, he's almost there. Let's get him to 1,000. We had a private group going with some Christians and atheists, and there was also at the same time a private Muslim group going. So we all combined and we invited all these guys together. Justin just took off in the messenger, and so then we did private messenger groups.
Yeah, and to make up for what's lacking, right? All the contentious guests, right? Just putting the brakes on the show, only having popular atheists and very docile conversations. Justin starts a group called Master Debaters to test out his skill, right? Justin's also taking a bunch of radical positions. Hard determinism.
I can't choose what I'm convinced of. And I can't choose what convinces me.
Like when he thought determinism was the best argument, hard determinism, that is all we heard about for like a couple of months in the back chats.
And we don't have to go down this route because I know I talk about this way too often.
Determinism.
Subscribing to hard determinism, yeah. So
yeah.
I don't choose
moral nihilism.
Ron wanted us to talk about objective morality.
Yes.
So you don't believe morality is objective, correct?
I do not subscribe to it right now. I'm open to the idea, and I've taken a look at some of the discussions that you've had on objective morality, and I mean, so I would subscribe to subjective morality that I believe is all we have, and I can demonstrate it.
There isn't a fucking ism that Justin doesn't consider at this point in time. Richard Madsenism, because he was saying he's considering that shit too.
I love listening and sitting down with Richard for hours on hours till 2 o'clock in the morning, listening to what he has to say because I just find it absolutely intriguing.
And Justin would debate anybody. He was the Scrappy Doo of debate.
But John 5:14 states, "This is the confidence we have in approaching God, that if we ask anything according to His will, He will hear us." So, what's the point in praying? If you ask for something according to God's will, whether you pray or not, His will be done, correct?
Ran very basic, like atheist arguments.
Well, as an atheist, you don't have a metaphysic that can provide for a basis for rightness or wrongness of anything.
I would agree with you. I would be a moral nihilist.
Then why do you on your YouTube channel talk about stuff that's true and false and right and wrong like the other YouTube atheists?
What have I said?
This agreement made between the two of us was to have a debate on the morality of biblical slavery. As most of my friends and followers of the Empathetic Atheist Show know, I will be defending the notion that slavery is immoral in any sense, any culture, any time, regardless of the instructions of a government or divine being.
Is slavery is the laws in the Bible
morally justified.
Okay.
Pertaining to slavery.
What would be your reasoning for talking about laws on what we would say limit or prohibit or encourage possible slavery today?
Well, I think because we're talking about is it morally justified?
Mm-hmm.
And we're arguing it from a standpoint, what we're doing is taking the Bible and using it as a modern approach. We have this mindset of the modern slave trade today.
Mm-hmm.
And when we see the word slave, that's what always comes to mind. So I'm just kind of bringing it back to, okay, this is what the Bible says, but we have to remember this is how we are still today.
Very disingenuous in a way though too, because he would often switch positions and pretend like that was what he had the whole time.
Oh, I've heard you moralize before.
Justin's debating all kinds of people, and I even affectionately started calling him Downing-Kruger because he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about most of the time.
This book right here, read it, have faith. Jesus says so. Jesus is God. God exists because the Bible says so.
And the Bible's the inherent word of God,
which proves the Bible, that proves God, and it just keeps going in a circle.
Because not only is he full of shit, doesn't know anything about these topics and these positions that he's adopting.
I'm still stuck with this.
Okay, so the premises of the logical syllogism need to be backed up by some type of empirical means.
So I'm not calling myself an empiricist, but I still value empirical data to a point to where I'm not fully convinced that these are true until I have, and it's almost a little bit past skepticism at that point when we're speaking of just logical arguments.
At this point, too, a lot of Justin's bullshit starts to get exposed. Like he was harping about his military career and being in firefights in Afghanistan.
All right. Justin, you are on with Heathen and Jenna. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing well, thank you.
Hey, Justin.
What do you got for us?
What's up, Jenna?
It's good to talk to you.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to call in because you guys brought up a few key points with something that, hits big in my life. And that's one, the prior military, so I have post-traumatic stress disorder from multiple different this post-traumatic stress disorder that I have is due from spending time overseas in Afghanistan. It was a bad time. A lot of stuff happened. She doesn't even know half of what happened. I just don't really talk about the gritty details. I always have this, I don't know if you could call it superstitious thought that somebody's just walking behind me ready to stab me with a knife, or if I'm in a restaurant, we have to pick the back booth and I have to be in a corner to where I can see the rest of the restaurant. And
usually he invites a military buddy of his over to Master Debaters to talk about his asinine belief system.
Yeah, he messaged me on Facebook and it's just like, hey, so I'm curious if you would like to come on to my podcast and tell us what you believe in,
but he just ends up spilling the beans on Justin.
Yeah, so first time I met Mr. Justin Downing was in Washington State in 2013, in Fort Lewis. He was a mechanic and he was cool. He was a nice guy. He fucked with us. We fucked with him. It wasn't later on until my military experience where I became a drug addict myself. I noticed that I wasn't the only one with this issue, and Justin just happened to be one of them as well.
So Justin wasn't even really an 11 banger in the military. He was a 91 Charlie. He fixed air conditioner.
We all had our habits, we all had our times and stuff, but I made sure never to bring my habit to work. So one first real meeting of this guy, I see this guy pass the fuck out in his car at the motor pool, just high as a motherfucker. And I opened the door and I'm like, yo, what are you doing? Chill out. don't do this here. What are you doing? You're about to blow up the spot for everybody, you know? So, like, I don't know how the rest of that interaction went down, but I know I didn't catch him doing it in the motor pool again after that. But
like, there was times when his backstory would just seem to change, and so we would all bust his chops about it. You know, we're thinking, okay, maybe giving him the benefit of the doubt, maybe he's remembering things wrong. But then he actually at one point during this time period said to me that if there's no video of it, it didn't happen.
All right, so Justin, let's get into the story of your journey away from religious belief.
That's a good story. It's one of my favorites. I started off at a public school, going out to school with all the kids in my neighborhood, and second grade hit, and my teacher forgot my name on one of my papers that she graded. She said something like, "Well, Jonathan is doing great in class," and my mom was like, "No, I'm done with this." So I ended up going to a Catholic school. So I was going to school for 7 years there. I had religion class every single day. And eventually I got to about 7th grade, and it was just a little hardcore for me. And I wanted to play with my friends. I wanted to be a kid. So I eventually told my mom, I said, "Hey, can I go to a public school like the one where all my friends go to that I live with, like in my neighborhood? And it'll save you about $4,000 a year. And you can send me to public school, and I'll be totally fine with that." So eventually, the start of my 8th grade year, I went to the public school, and
it comes as no surprise to everybody. Well, kind of a surprise that Justin keeps getting his ass whooped by these Muslims, and unlike how he usually reacts to ass whooping, he seems to like it when the Muslims do it.
Thumbnail is it? Can God be proven rationally? And I don't know if I would agree with can God be proven rationally. I think God can be argued for rationally. I think the arguments that we've been through within the last 6 to 8 months of talking to each other seem very rational. I mean, there's no reason why I could call these things irrational.
So when you say proof, you like what? How do you define proof? So do you not think there can be rational proofs?
Something that can be shown definitively, without any reasonable doubt coming from my frame of mind.
And can that be done purely rationally, or is that
explicitly simple? Here's where I am going to sit on this very
small edge of a building that's between empiricism and logic.
Now, the thing to remember is that during the pandemic, we weren't allowed to really go outside. There was no public restaurants. A lot of us were just stuck indoors, and so we had all these opportunities to discuss theology.
1 + 1 + 1 obviously equals 3. So if it obviously equals 3, there's also space, time, and matter. So if you add the space, time, and matter, you get 6, right? So within 6, space, time, and matter through absolute divine simplicity would be identical to each other. So you have 3 6s right here. They're identical to each other. There's nothing different between them. Which 666 is what comes out of that. 666 equals atheism. Prove me wrong.
There's a difference between having an open mind to things and listening, and then critiquing and asking questions and being skeptical. There's a big difference between that and then saying, well, I have an open mind, and then not just entertaining what's been put in front of you, but then also creating, this echo chamber, which then encapsulates you within the same language, the same vernacular, the same verbiage every single day. So it went from something that I thought was healthy to something that became very problematic or even dangerous. And
112 was it's my favorite one, which is Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Kul Huwallahu Ahad, Allahu Samad, Lam Yulid wa Lam Yulid wa Lan Yakun Lahu Kufuwan Ahad.
Okay. And how long are you spending learning them?
Any closer to taking Shahada yet?
it was about that episode that I started to notice a shift. That this was no longer a benefit or an asset to, whether it's the atheist community or normalizing atheism or skepticism. This was now, again, this is hindsight 2020, but now looking back at it, that's when it started to shift. It was like, oh, you're starting to, learn how to, speak this and read this, and you're quoting the Quran.
We can accept that. Justin, welcome.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum. Like all these things, like this subtle, the subtle progression has already started. And I think what it was, and I mentioned it, a few minutes ago, that need for approval. I think that's something that not a lot of people are talking about. There's this obsession, almost. There's this obsession and need for approval. And yes, Justin, you are smart. Yes, Justin, you do know philosophy. Yes, Justin, you are. And anyone and everyone that would give that to them or give that to him, he clung to it. One guess what, Jake and Abdul and all those did. That they did the Muslim circle jerk and got him involved.
Yeah, and at this point in time, it's starting to get pretty fucking obvious that Justin's either going to take Islam or Richard Madsonism. He's not going to be an atheist much longer. Yeah.
The Quran told us of something that was going to happen. It has happened. You're completely missing the point.
Well, you don't know what a Nostradamus prophecy is. There's a guy going to go to the store today.
So you're not going to address what I'm saying, and you're just going to keep dodging and moving on.
I want to say that, he had a habit of, once he got, a thought or an idea in his head, he just stuck with it.
No, you're making a facile point, which will not hold up to the actual argument.
Well, then show me how it doesn't hold up.
Let's actually compare a prophecy and establish that they're equivalent to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Instead of just one little guy goes to the store, guy builds a building, guy named John in the future, right? Those Nostradamus, something that actually elaborate.
So back to what I was saying, the flat-footed Arab people in the desert that compete to build tall buildings, that's happened. How can you show that the Quran, isn't true now? Because the same claim that you would make with the Bible, I can make with the Quran now.
And it does just that. There's no way to beat a pigeon at chess, Justin.
I agree.
I believe they used Justin's love of philosophy to convince him that this was the best way to go.
You guys haven't even brought up a single Quranic verse when speaking with me.
Because
not yet.
Any of us, we can strip philosophy away really quick and realize that in the Quran, this son of a bitch rode to the moon on a donkey or a horse or whatever, cracked the moon in half. We as atheist skeptics, we don't buy that. We don't buy that. There are underlying undertone or ulterior motives on why Justin, at the end of the day, bought in.
I go do. I actually have this innate desire to become a Muslim. I want to.
Take your shahada.
That's
And so what you've got in essence with Islam is a synergy between a rational conception of the creator that satisfies this innate desire within a human being that wants.
And it's the shahada that really helps motivate that process of learning.
Yeah. I mean, Justin, I've told you in the past, dude, all you really need to do is just change one word in your YouTube channel. Just make it the empathetic Muslim, and you're good to go.
That was all just ended up converting to Islam, which was something that I did not initially see coming.
Let's do it.
All right. Ashhadu an la
ilaha
illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadur Rasulullah. All right. Now in English, I bear witness that there is none worthy of worship except God. And I bear witness that Muhammad is the messenger of God. All right, welcome to the sun, brother.
Alhamdulillah.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
When I was told by Jesse and James that Justin was officially a Muslim, I knew I was about to be entertained.
From my point of view, it didn't affect me at all. As far as tagging our subscribers, everything. Don't get me wrong. It was like, what the fuck? But of all of the religions, Islam.
When I found out he had become a Muslim, though, oh my God. Broke my heart. Literally, just broke my heart. Oh, jeez. Breaks my heart. And I reached out to him. And I tried to have I had a conversation with him. And we talked during my lunch break. And I tried to try to reason with him. But his mind had been pretty set.
The very notion that this guy was somebody major in the movement is laughable.
Necessary level of importance, but I think anytime any YouTuber of one position goes a completely other direction, I think everybody's going to be surprised.
And he did this episode with Josh, who was a former Muslim, where he made all these comments about F Islam, F the Quran.
Did we put hashtag fuck Islam in the comments below? Because that's where it's going. No, I'm just kidding. I respect all religious views. I guess. Oh, well, I guess all people, regardless of their religious views.
That's the best way to say it. I love the people. I despise the book that they follow.
So we could put hashtag love Muslims and right next to it hashtag fuck Islam.
There, or maybe the Quran itself. That would be perfect.
All right, fuck the Quran.
And then it's like 3 months later he had converted.
And I have come to a belief now. I believe in Allah, in Islam, not through emotional means, but through rational means. So when you see these arguments like the Kalam or the contingency or ontological argument. So I think that once we get the atheist and the theist on the same page,
epistemologically,
then you can move forward to the next step. It seems like a lot of atheists that come to say, hey, we don't want to go through that long process. Just tell me how your specific God exists. Prove your specific God right now.
And the first group that piqued my interest were the atheists. I genuinely thought the atheists were going to erupt in outrage. And some of them did.
To me, that was just like a smack in the face. Like it was something I couldn't stomach. I made my video about it. And it might be hard to see. I'm going to try to zoom in on it for you guys. But Justin changed his name to Khalil Allah and has Justin in parentheses now. I'm sorry, dude, but you're Justin. I think it hit us hard, especially anybody that knew who he was, had any association with him. Unless you were privy to like the background conversations going on with the Muslims. I know a couple atheists had seen what was going on in Discord, have approached me several times since he came out, since I made my video. So when you have somebody that positioned themselves as a warrior in this battle, somebody that's going to represent atheism, somebody that's going to represent normalizing atheism, which is a fight, and then that person converts, well, atheists should take issue with that. Atheists should try to understand that. Like it's one thing when Christians go around saying, hey, I'm a former atheist. Like that's what all Christians say now. But to actually see this up and coming YouTube atheist just convert right before our eyes, and not even to the lesser of three evils, I would say, between Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, if you're going to follow the Abrahamic God, but to choose the most evil of the evils, which would be Islam, in my opinion. I will talk about how goddamn important this movement is, and it's too important for you to play around with it, Khalil Allah. I try to be more understanding after that, but
outside of the set of all contingent things, well, then it wouldn't be the set of all contingent things. It would be the set.
I'm
all
following
contingent
you there.
things minus
All right.
one.
I'm following you there. Okay. After that, but
So that
it's something that I've never been able to understand. I cannot understand somebody that doesn't believe in the Christian God or the God of Abraham to pick Islam. And you're supposed to be logical.
Like an opening of the box and be like, oh, well, there's the demonstrable evidence for God. It's more of an intellectual change. It's more of I would say, an
epistemological change
that I had to go through.
So all the paid subscribers leave, right? And a bunch of new Muslim paid subscribers come in, puts Bryson West in a hard place. They end up leaving the show, and now it's Justin.
I saw the writing on the wall, and again, I don't think it was like dishonesty on that point, but I don't think he was going to be able to maintain just the same thing. His just belief system has changed. I really knew right away that, okay, this is going to change, even whether he wanted to or not. It was going to change to be more reflective of his new belief system. So yeah, I in hindsight, I would say I'm not surprised.
Okay, and Bryce, you?
Yeah, and so I have two things to say about that. First, piggybacking on what Skids just said, I agree. It was difficult for me to envision how it could possibly be the same, and I think he's doing now is making him a little bit more successful, and I think that what we are doing is making us a little bit more successful. So ultimately, I think we were both better off in what we decided to do compared to what had we acted upon his idea. I think it would have caused more questions. It would have been more confusing, and kind of a repeat of the first mistake that I think you made, which was just kind of a drip of not explaining anything, changing, but not really explaining. And the last thing I'll say on that is I think, and Khalil, he can correct me if I'm wrong. I could be getting this wrong, but I suspect that he might agree that if he had it to do over again, he would do the reveal differently than the way that he did it. Because I think the way that he did it is what caused a lot of the friction, at least with the audience and the little bit that there was with us.
And this little atheist outrage thing goes up and down like a lead balloon, right? Complete fucking scam. The only one who seems to be outraged about the atheist outrage at him is Justin.
And I'll just post it in like Firebrand Atheist group on Facebook. And instead of being like, oh, looking forward to the show, or I got to go to work, it's pedophiles. Come on, dude.
Wow.
Like, really?
What the
How? And he posts on Facebook, and evidently me and Aaron Raw and everybody were all just obsessed over his conversion. And the truth is, I don't know anything about whether Aaron Raw was obsessed over it. I didn't remember him. I didn't even remember doing his show twice. Oh wait, you were the empathetic atheist. Okay, I realize I've done that show, but I wasn't concerned. I wasn't reaching out. I wasn't trying to protect anything. I had zero interest in his conversion to Islam.
Well, when Justin first became a Muslim in the chat, it was very kind of surprising because he went like full blown into it.
And like I said the other day, you were speaking with Jake, and at so many times, I kept myself muted at so many times. I was like, no. But then I saw how calm Jake was being with you. And I was like, this is Allah telling me, hey, watch this. You see how he's interacting with James? You need to do that more.
That they really didn't discuss Islam with him, but they discussed arguments for general deism. So I thought that like he would have a significant period of time in deism.
For 7 out of the 8 months that I spoke to you guys, 7 out of those 8 months, you didn't even mention the name Allah. You guys weren't telling me to have faith in Islam.
And then he'd make comments about like why Judaism was not a valid option, and it would be like something very fallacious, like something he really didn't think about.
Started to look into the Jewish faith, on what they believed and why they believed it, and you know, I do have to say there was some parts of it, like the traditional circumcision process that was just grossed me out, but I didn't want to let that stop me. I didn't want my emotions or what my, you know, personal preference, you know, on circumcision was to determine if I believed in that God or not. I wanted to do it from a rational, logical basis and leave the emotions outside until, you know, until I see fit that it's appropriate to bring the emotions into it.
That one was so bad. The reaction I was expecting to get from the atheists, we ended up getting from the Muslims.
So when Khalil Allah first converted, he went on a couple of channels, and these were things that I remember that some of his Muslim brothers were telling him not to do.
So, you've had quite a journey. Why don't you tell us a little bit of how you went from Christian to atheist to Muslim?
I brought him on my channel to have a conversation with Apostate Prophet, which is, he's a great guy. He's helped out my channel before, Apostate Prophet. He came on, they did a back and forth, and it was strange because in that back and forth, Justin had said that he didn't read the full Quran, and then by the end of it, I think he had switched it to he had read the full Quran.
Did you read the Quran through entirely, or did you?
I have not read it entirely through. No,
not entirely. Okay.
So I'm trying to look up some, because like I said, 5 months in, and I've read the Quran one time. I'm going through the surahs very like over and over again.
Before this or after this, the very next like time he joined somebody was on Oz's channel, and then he said things like he was going to be the most liberal Muslim.
I am attempting to become the most liberal and progressive Muslim that's on the internet with a show today.
And my thought, my purpose behind that interview was to not attack as much as I wanted to push back and attack, because I knew it was bullshit.
Sure, yeah, I don't think that you need God. I can be totally okay with, you know, a man marrying another man, which I am. I have no problems with it at all. I have no qualms with it. My God can sit there and say it's a sin, and all I can say is, well, Allah, I don't understand why you think that it's a sin. I disagree with you, because even though I am convinced that this God exists, does not necessarily mean that I need to agree with said God.
It was one of two things. It was either virtue signaling, or it was very obvious, especially in that interview, he had no idea what Islam actually was.
And I remember that some of the Muslims on the back channels absolutely were not thrilled by that.
From other atheists in the community about how they don't know why I did this, because now I'm all about putting women in their place, making them wear hijabs, and and supporting pedophilia. There's another one that's been out there. And you're coming at me with something that this guy was a pedophile based on the social norms that today. Yeah, that's not really on par. They're not. Those two objections are not quite right next to each other when it comes on the scale of reason and logic.
Sure. So regarding the age of Aisha radiallahu anha, there are a couple of things I want to discuss. And I really appreciate the opportunity, and I appreciate you bringing the subject, because there are some clarifications I need to make from my video. Because some people, I don't know, unfortunately, like maybe they have a filter or something, they don't understand what I'm saying, or maybe I'm not clear. I don't know. So the first thing that I want to clarify, which a lot of Muslims have been, I don't know if I want to say criticizing me, but whatever, because I don't really care about people's criticisms anyway. But I've been talking about, they think that I denied the ahadith in al-Bukhari and Muslim from Aisha radiallahu anha, and I'm sure you saw the video. I never, ever denied any of those ahadith. Alhamdulillah, I believe that as the ulama of Islam have written, that which is reported in the Sahih of Imam al-Bukhari and the Sahih Imam Muslim, of course, sanadan and so on, is correct. We have no, even though, ulama have obviously discussed asanid like Ibn Jawzi and others at Darqutni in the past.
But he went on Ethan Michael's channel, and then he mentioned Aisha, and then it started like a 7-minute back and forth argument where it's spiraling out of control, where he's having to defend this position now.
We did talk about this before we went live to ask if I could bring it up, and you said it was okay. Sure. Mohammed, from my understanding, did have a 9-year-old wife or girlfriend. Is that?
It's not resolved. There are multiple hadiths in the Quran itself. It does not even state her age. Events happen, and during those events in certain hadith, which hadith is not the word of God, it is the imams and the leaders after the Prophet, peace be upon him, died. And there are multiple ones. There is an argument out there that I'm actually looking into right now that states that Aisha, his wife, was actually around 16 to 19 years old. 1400 years ago, girls were raised from birth to be mothers, to be literally baby factories. Like,
they weren't raised to play with their dollhouses and color unicorns and pink ponies. They were literally raised to be wives.
And the general lifespan of somebody during that time was around 40 years. So if you want to have a lot of children, you got to start early. So it's today, it's a disgusting thing to think of, but if she bleeds, she breeds. You look at, these are human beings in a certain time. I'm not interested in the flying donkeys, pedophile prophet, all this other crap that comes out of the Quran.
Back in. I know that at least a lot of them were not necessarily in favor right away with him jumping into Dawah.
In my opinion, a new convert should not really be thrusting themselves into Dawah, especially with how the Dawah scene is now. It's so much online, and you're dealing with all these different shubuhat, all these different doubts and everything. You're not ready for that at that stage. You need to ground yourself in the basics of the deen.
Justin even managed to get himself a fatwa on Twitter. All right, how many of us can say we've done that in our lifetime?
And everybody else whose stomachs are turning in the chat, I agree that I think that's disgusting. 1400 years ago, it wasn't so disgusting to those people. So I want to make that clear, because it seems like, especially in the chat, that I am actually making excuses for pedophilia right now. So to be fair, it does sound like that, whether you mean to or not. When you made it extremely clear that that's not what I'm doing. The way you said, it sounds like you're justifying why it was okay back then. I said specifically that I wasn't justifying or coming up with excuses in a moment, but let's say Muhammad was with this child. Times or not, would you condemn his actions right now for taking advantage of a child? So yes, without hesitation, yes, I would, because I was raised in a society where that's wrong. So yes, right off the bat, I would condemn it.
Just the whole atheist community and turn its back on him. Well, you kind of went to the wrong side, Justin. You jumped into that authoritarian radicalization, and it didn't take long.
So I remember that Khalil Allah, when he was trying to figure out what he was going to do with his channel, is a Muslim. It went through like several reinventions. One of the reinventions was he really liked another podcast called the Thought Adventure Podcast. That was the guys who helped convert him to Islam and where he took a Shahada. Now, he then developed his own kind of version of this.
There we are. Theology, metaphysics, epistemology.
Christianity, atheism,
big words,
logic and reason.
Welcome to exploring arguments.
So after the fatwa and all those catastrophic interviews, affected by time.
Exactly, which is why I stated
that I hold a very minority
position.
Oh, so
I would consider myself a
heretic of Islam.
Right. The Muslims reined Justin back pretty hard. Right. They took over his show. He owned the show. It was his show. It was his initials, somewhat. And so it went from empathetic atheist to exploring arguments.
Like what evidence leads you to that conclusion if it's not empirical evidence?
So
okay, so I let me have a try.
Don't let Justin
There's two
talk.
general
It's
approaches.
primary directive.
One is the idea.
Don't let Justin.
Justin was required to have a Muslim babysitting him at all fucking times.
This also applies to not just the general epistemological.
They even know he's a fucking weeaboo. Like,
we're
they're
making
like,
claims
man, you're
about
fucking
logic
fake.
existence, we have to be able to provide
Is he going
robo?
Do we be like normal manners? Like, do we just let Justin in like we always do, or do we talk in a circle jerk about him for a fucking hour and then let him in?
No, let's let Justin in and explain himself and whatnot. You know, we'll be nice. We won't be the ethers.
Is way fun.
I like the fact that you have 8 viewers on here. He's backing off of my show to be successful when you're just on here doing a circle jerk.
But that's what you guys be doing. That's what you hit ethers do. Y'all sit there and do circle jerks also, and then you try to say that somebody was wrong because you guys think you're fucking right. I want to know what I'm trying to figure out is who convinced you? Who was it that convinced you to become a Muslim? Who convinced you to become a Muslim?
It was Allah.
You used to be an atheist. You didn't believe in God. So where did Allah fucking come down to you and say you need to be a Muslim now? Because you know Allah and God and Yahweh are the.
He doesn't manifest himself in a reality.
So yeah, me, Ray, and Kevin are doing a show about the EA every fucking night almost, because it's just so much coming out of that little corner of the internet. It's like a cornucopia of treasures. Facts. I am Tapiocaweasel, and joining me is Ray to the Bay. And tonight we have something very special for everyone. I hope you all can hear me okay. How's my audio, Mr. Bay?
It sounds beautiful. It sounds wonderful.
All right.
Gorgeous.
So, our favoriteest person in the world has took the initiative to explain to the world how and when Muslims are allowed to lie. Right? He's been studying Islam for the last year and is a very credible source on liars.
What?
You heard me.
Muslims are allowed to lie?
Well,
I thought lying was a sin.
That's what Takia. right?
Taquitos.
But unfortunately, we don't understand lying, right? So we need an expert like Khalil Allah to tell us.
Muslims are liars and they can be deceptive, and the Quran, you know, has a standard for us to be deceptive. And
one of the participants made a slideshow.
Brother Hanif today has put together a whole presentation that we're going to go through.
In front of Big Ben is Sadiq Khan. He's a Muslim, Labour politician. He became the first elected mayor of London. We've got some more.
These are the kind of things that I was talking about. The memes that you see online, or as our good friend James is tired, he likes to call them memes. But these memes are kind of like, you know, I said to the infidel, you've got the wrong Quran. True Islam is against violence.
And they were complimenting him on the video about how good the slideshow was.
Will be clarified because I will go good presentation, mashallah, by Muhammad Hani today, and that will help you guys to understand the actual sort of picture, inshallah.
Hanif, for creating that presentation, that was very clear. We had a lot of people in the chat that were very happy that you put it together in such a way. Even our friend John Fisher said it was a great presentation. So if you guys want to, we'll go ahead and move on to the callers.
And then you found out that he had copied it all from, I think, a Vanity Fair article.
I smelled this. It's
at
the beginning of the video when they showed those pictures, when they started talking about the alt-right and what have you. And I said, this sounds like some BuzzFeed garbage.
And that's what
it sounds like. Well, what do you see? What do you think?
Oh my God. Keep going.
Now, it wouldn't be like a terrible thing if they credited him, or, you know, if after pointing it out, they admitted it.
How much of this did they use?
Oh, they didn't. I don't know if they used this, but I
saw that Eric Levant tweet. Keep going.
Yeah.
Well, I saw
yeah. Here's the tweet. Yep.
Keep going. Is the meme?
Right.
The meme in there?
the meme. I think the meme is in here. And there it is.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
Dude, they fucking plagiarized BuzzFeed. They made their own video. This is fucking insane.
But what Khalil did was he went in the next morning and he changed the description of the video to include this BuzzFeed article. As you just told me, that was the proper article that it was.
Like, Justin was a lol cow, all right? And we would milk him for laughs. But we're talking about a freaking milk farm with these guys. Did you notice that little brother's not there anymore after the Takia video? The secret Takia video. They just kind of fell out, right? First, little hat man, he fell out after the Takia video. Then Eunice and Hanif disappeared. And then ushers in the new age. With Justin left to his own devices, what's Justin gonna do? He's gonna pretend he's fucking smart again and start debating.
Do I like Mexican food? Yes, I do. I do like Mexican food. I like pretty much anything that has a taste.
Sure. Okay. Well, I mean, we would have to dive into the verses. Like, for example, you would up the verse to where the carpet is spread across. When we think about a carpet, we think about a carpet flat on the ground. Now, I actually questioned this. I went to some Muslim brothers when I first became a Muslim. I went to some Muslim brothers. I was like, what does this mean? Is this arguing for flat earth? And they explained to me how there's multiple different verses, or not verses, but multiple different definitions for the Arabic word that is used, which I don't speak Arabic. We can get down to it. I can find the Arabic word. We can take a look at it.
I've got it. It's the ostrich egg, yeah? It's not necessarily the word says ostrich egg when he says spread it out. It's a root word for how people would prepare a bed or how they prepare the ground for sleeping or for ostriches to lay their eggs. They break up the ground, they fluff up the pillow, you know. So that's the one verse that people might misunderstand as an egg shape. I don't seem to see any verses in the Quran suggesting that Earth is a ball, a sphere, a globe, an oblate spheroid, or anything like NASA are showing us on their Cartoon Network. And I have, like I said, made scientific observations at water level. We can see way further than the mathematics say we should be able to. And I'm told that I should believe in bendy light, and that light can curve around the globe, but it doesn't distort. Yeah, I've never seen around a corner, so I don't really buy that light bends. And even when we go high up in an aeroplane, we never see any evidence of bendy water. To me, we're looking at a satanic deception, or shaitanic, you'd probably say. Because, like I say, the Bible and the Quran mention the earth is level, stationary. We've got loads of verses in the Quran, I can list them, that mention the sun swimming in its orbit, the earth. I'm a globe skeptic because I'm sold on the idea that the Quran and the Bible are right when they're talking about 7 heavens being 7 dimensions, and that takes it way out of a 3D shape.
Sure. So do you believe that the Quran is truly the word of God?
I believe that it's inspired by God and the Bible, but I've got loads of quotes from the Quran where it says pretty much test all things and don't be misled by. So I'm confident from making scientific observations that the Quran is right, and that everybody that's being told otherwise is being misled.
It seems like you take the Quran very seriously.
Because it's not just pork that I can't eat. I can't really eat any meat unless it's
not
considered
halal meat. Right.
So the Sam Shamoon, Khalil Allah back and forth was interesting.
Are we going to save it for the debate?
No, this is the discussion. Go ahead.
Oh, so this is the debate right
This is
now?
it. Go. Say why do you hate the Trinity?
Come on, dude. We need to have more people in here. This needs to reach more of the world right now.
When it will reach it, because I'm going to upload it. Let's not upload it.
He's going to upload it. Go ahead.
But in the discussion, you see Sam say, hey, let's not pressure him. If he doesn't want to have the conversation now, let's not have it. Khalil Allah wanted it to be more public, more grandiose, bigger audience. And so he told Sam he wasn't going to have the discussion.
Kanani, why are you doing this to Khalil, bro?
Khalil, present your case against the Trinity. He was just talking.
If this man doesn't want to do it now, then me and him, Khalil, will do it some other time. Because I thought you said jump in because he wants to have the discussion.
Yeah, he was
I never said I wanted to debate. I said I wanted to set up an actual debate. I want to give Sam the respect that he deserves.
But then the strange thing was, even after Sam interacted with him and explained to him that he doesn't believe that, God can be systematized in the sense of a philosophical position, but that he affirms what the scripture affirms about God.
To have an actual formal debate.
I deserve respect.
Every human being deserves respect.
Very good. No, anyway, yeah, listen, I prefer to discuss with you without time limits so we can go into the depth of it. But if you want to do it some other time, it's up to you, man. That's up to you. I'm not going to put pressure on you, man. I'm just
Khalil, come on, present your case against the Trinity.
Just a nutshell discussion.
Stop. Khalil, present your case against the Trinity.
Okay, so
the guy wants
yeah, he's ready.
All right, so what my general issue is, it all depends on the model of the Trinity that someone holds to. There's social Trinitarianism, relative identity Trinitarianism, there's Latin Trinitarianism. So when it comes to the Trinity, most Christians, and I state 7 statements that you've probably heard before.
Yeah, we've heard it from your friend. Yes.
So Father's God.
I don't care about any models. What I care is what God has revealed himself in Scripture. Because
okay, yeah, I agree.
Here's the thing. Because God is unlike anything creation, any attempt to try to systematize or fit God into a model is going to be impossible, because God, by definition, is incomprehensible, incomparable. That's something you as a Muslim agree, according to chapter 42, verse 11, and chapter 112, verse 4. This is why I called out your friend to see if you can consistently hold to a position of rejecting the Trinity while you're Sunni Muslims, in light of the fact that you have a Trinity of your own. So unless you have something scriptural to bring up, any model that you bring up will be a fallible, imperfect, uninspired attempt of trying to explain God's triunity, which is beyond comprehension and incomparable. So just because you may not be able to fit it in a model, there's no grounds to reject it, because you're not God, you're not omniscient, you're not the standard of truth. God tells us what he's like, whether we can comprehend it or not. So what is your biblical objections to the Trinity?
So I have philosophical objections to what each person's model of the Trinity is, how they see and how they comprehend the Trinity. So at that point, I think you would just appeal to some type of mystery, and then we shake hands and work our separate ways.
Because I would do what you do when it comes to your Quran being the Kalam Allah that's uncreated, even though it's not identical to Allah. You would say bila kayf. You would say that if you're a consistent Sunni Muslim. I don't know if you are.
Didn't I tell you that this was going to happen? That we wouldn't actually stick on the Trinity. That we would try to start.
No,
talking
actually,
about
I did.
Islam
Everyone heard it's recorded. Khalil, it's recorded. I said, "What is your biblical objection, Trinity?" Because your problems with the Trinity means nothing. You're not God. You're not omniscient. You don't know all things. Just because it doesn't make sense to you doesn't mean it's not true. So I already said that. Give me your biblical basis for
sure. Okay, so from a biblical basis. Okay,
Yes.
from a biblical basis, do you hold to the Orthodox Church Fathers?
What does that got to do with the biblical basis?
That's where they get all. That's where they get their statements from. Is from the
Okay,
Bible.
so give me the statements from Scripture. Let's deal with it. You're dragging. Give me the biblical.
No, I'm not dragging. I'm asking you questions, and it seems like you fail to answer each question.
Okay, I'm glad this is recorded because I'm upload it. Which
Absolutely.
part of give me your biblical case?
No. See, remember when you told Canadian Catholic not to tell me how to debate?
That is what I believe.
No,
you
that's
believe in
fine.
Tawheed. Show me. Give me. I'm waiting. You wasted 3 minutes already. Give me the biblical basis for your rejection of the Trinity. I'm waiting. We're all waiting. Don't put us to sleep.
Never claim to have that. I go off of people's models and show the
I
incoherency
have no
of their models.
Quranic problems with Tawheed. Are you ready to hear them? Because you have no biblical basis.
And then now you're actually telling me how to debate.
No, actually, I'm telling you how to debate me on the Trinity. I'm telling you how to debate me on the Trinity. You don't tell me how to debate the Trinity because you know the Bible will shred you when it comes to the Trinity. I have problems with Tawheed. It's not Quranic.
What do you think of Dr. James White?
It's contradicted by the Quran.
What do you think of
talk about that, or are you going to run from that topic?
I know. I'm like I said, until I have a debate with you about the Trinity on
a philosophical matter,
I'm not discussing Islam at all with you.
Khalil Allah refused to engage with him in those discussions. Wouldn't talk to him about Islam. And then the crazy thing was, after this like big runaway moment from Khalil Allah, then he did a series of videos calling out Sam Shamoon on his channel.
Once again, Sam Shamoon ran away from me. He wouldn't have a debate with me. I challenge him on a debate, and he tries to change on how the debate's going to go instead of just accepting or denying the debate. Once again, he ran away from me. Why is he so scared of me? Why is Sam Shamoon so scared of me? I told him I was going to be live tonight. I'll be waiting for him. I have a recorded on my phone to where I called him 3 times on his Skype account after on God Logic's channel. He told me to call him on Skype. I called him 3 times. 3 times. I have it recorded on my phone.
Over and over and over again, including sending people to Sam's channel to try to trigger him, to try to, force him over.
No disrespect to Khalil Allah. He's a friend of mine. But if you're not ready to debate him on the Trinity and defend your faith, then you're calling me names, Muslim meta retard? Come on, bro. You didn't even make the A team on the D team. You didn't even make the A team on the D team. Come on, brother. You're not ready for this.
This is an age of Justin's going from a lovable, dumb, stupid Muslim baby into a kind of a controversial figure. And that's to say the least, right? That's the generous way of putting it.
He's a false prophet.
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking, dude.
Me and Justin have always had an unusual relationship, right? I would always laugh at Justin's stupidity, and we were kind of adversaries. Do you think it helps to have a Muslim come on our show and hijack it?
No, but I know it doesn't help the atheist community, and I know it doesn't help the modalist community either, because you guys are looking like total fools.
Yeah, on the lives, we'd be at each other's throats, and I'd be, making fun of him. But behind the scenes, we were actually pretty good friends.
That you guys would love. He would love to come. I guarantee you he would love to come here and hang out, because he talks shit all the time. When I was the empathetic atheist, he created his own stream called the Empathetic Theist just to make fun of me.
Outstanding.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
send them over. It sounds like our cup of tea.
He literally has this whole notion that atheism is literally atheism is a byproduct of brain rot. And he has arguments for it. So he is a Christian modalist. Actually, you know what? If you guys want to, do you guys want to bring him on? I can go get him right now, and I guarantee he'll come on.
You know what? The show's usually 2 hours, but you know what? Fuck it. Go get him. I'm going to get a
All right,
beverage.
I'm gonna get him.
Yeah, get him. Sure, absolutely. Why not?
Okay, hold on.
Why atheism is brain rot? It's simple. They're all physicalists. That takes a brain fart to believe in shit like that.
I think we actually almost have a kindred spirit.
As Khalil Allah got more into Islam, that he became, I don't want to necessarily say extreme, but he became more forceful.
In America, so the question that was asked to me was, well, would you kill David Wood? I'm like, here? No, I have no reason to kill David Wood here. I mean, I'm under a different set of laws. I'm under a different law of the land. But in an Islamic state, what's stopping me legally from going and killing someone that's blaspheming against the Prophet?
Justin made a statement about he would kill David Wood. And at this point in time, right, he's already been alienated by practically everybody.
Sadly, that's what's happened. Is the people that were the closest to Justin, a year and a half ago, no longer have any relationship with him.
Do anything to him somewhere where you're going to be able to go to jail, then
that's fine. Then I could go to jail with a smile on my face, knowing that I made God happy.
And me, right, knowing about Justin's marital situation, I decided to take the high road and say, look, I'm Justin's buddy, right? And he said stupider things.
Are you upset that I keep drawing all the logical problems within your beliefs, so you just want me to stick to mine? Unfortunately, brother, I'm not the only one out there. And unfortunately, brother, this is not the only platform that I use to debunk Christianity. So what I do is I tear your worldview down. And then I seal up all the cracks in the foundation. And then I build a true house of Islam on top of that.
Khalil Allah was talking about this young new Muslim woman that he had met on TikTok, who later on became his Islamic wife.
When I looked at Khalil, the first conversation we had, I said, I've been married twice and I've had husbands, but never have I ever once had a partner.
And I said, yeah, that's why I understood right away why that right. It was the match made in heaven. They both together have half a brain.
Okay? That's what's going to happen. So my question to you is, Lunchbox, is it not logically possible for God to be able to give one of his prophets the ability, a prophet that has no ability to read or write? Is it logically impossible for God to give him the ability to be revealed his word, and be able to give it to his companions?
Show me where he's in the Bible.
Okay, so I can. Not Muhammad.
But Moses couldn't speak.
So to say that it's illogical or unreasonable, it is in the Bible that such things did happen. You're so ignorant, and that little man energy is getting to be too much.
No, this dude's getting under my.
Yeah, I'm getting under your skin, just like you.
Yeah,
somebody would when you
because
would kill
you're
them if
rude.
they didn't believe
Here's
in
what's
it.
going to happen now. You're going to move to the audience when I talk, and then I can bring you back up when I want you to talk because you're my puppet. Okay, you're on my show, and if you don't like it, you can leave. If you want to continue to be my puppet, you can stay in the audience and then answer when I tell you you can.
Yeah, so I actually defended the guy. I said, if you guys are that pussy offended by something that comes out of Justin's mouth, you might be as dumb as he is, right? And that's somebody I've been friends with for so long. You know, I know he's definitely a fucking idiot. I'm not backing up what he says, but dude, you can't. Right? I'm not gonna fucking block Justin or react to Justin for saying something stupid. Right? Obviously, that changed when the Chomo charges came out.
I'm trying to. Oh no, I have a notification. No, it's just Sleepy doesn't. So
these things came out. I took a few days before I even spoke about them. But when I did speak about them, then I get a call from Justin. You know, it wasn't like the information he was going to send me to try to convince me that his stance on the contingency argument was the accurate one. It was, I saw your stream about this crap. Let me give you a call. And I just couldn't answer it. You know, like don't call me on the phone. Call your lawyer. That's who you should be calling. There were some red flags. We're going to get to the red flags after I show you just the information now. I do have to preface that everybody is innocent until proven guilty here in the country of the United States. But in my opinion, with crimes like these, when it comes to the abuse of anybody, when it comes to harming people, when it comes to raping people, sexually molesting children, then you need to be proven innocent beyond a shadow of a doubt, in my opinion. You know, especially if it's a child, and not just any child, but a child you're responsible for, whether it be your own child or a stepchild.
So I did not speak to Justin. He was like, she asked me to come on a live to talk about modalism. I said I will not appear in public with a fucking chomo. Missed me with that shit. And he got mad. He had some things to say, and he like kicked me off. Right, he left all my messenger groups, and that was it. I didn't entertain.
When the indictment came out, he did not want anybody to talk about it.
Hi, talking about making fun. Hey, how's your GoFundMe page doing with your pedophilia case? Just like your prophet. But now, let me come back to the issue. Let me come on.
Look at this.
Down
Excuse me. Can we talk now?
No argument for the Trinity, just personal attack.
So then when people started to bring out in the forefront, this is what happened. This is what they're saying. These two charges, this is what he's being indicted with. This is what he's going to have to go and decide to take to trial or plea. Then he started to go into, I'm going to sue you mode. This is slander.
Skylar Fiction. Someone on this panel had a relationship with his teenage stepdaughter.
Hey, Skylar Fiction. Thank you very much for your comment. It's being let's see, documented right now, and you will be facing defamation charges. So I appreciate that, brother.
Hold on a second, bud. Let me explain to you again, because you didn't get it the first time. I stated, you said, when's my next court date? I said on the 11th, and I said that it is a pre-trial arrangement. It's a pre-trial hearing. Do you know what happens at a pre-trial hearing, Sydney? The judge asks, are you guys going to go with a plea deal, or are we going to set up a trial? I am not taking a plea because I am not guilty of the crimes that are alleged that I committed.
I don't prefer to be referred to as an asshole. I'm sorry, I reject that.
He's only half a
now, too bad. You see the hypocrisy? Thank you. You proved my point.
Do you think the correction officers are going to use your preferred name?
I don't really understand why. Why is there a religious?
See, and this is why I don't come on this app.
Yeah, you shouldn't be here anyway.
Okay, so who was that that said that? Hold on, who was
It
that
doesn't
that
matter
said
who
that?
said it, Justin.
Hold on.
Oh no, it does. It does matter who
doesn't.
said that because I have this recorded. I have this recorded, and
then defamation files will be filed.
He announced on his channel that it was all because of religious persecution that he's fighting this religious persecution. Announced he has a GoFundMe, but he wasn't forthcoming with his audience with what the charges were, what the situation was. He just,
I'm in a very precarious position to where I don't like I'm not going to engage with personal attacks, and that's just kind of the experience I've had with some of the people that are on stage. So I appreciate you saying that. No, when Paul was talking, I really did. Khalil's nowhere near me. I just was listening and I was like, you know what? That's a really fair point. And so I went and I amended it myself. Khalil didn't even know I made the GoFundMe until I sent it to him. So, I mean, he didn't even actually have a part of that.
Why didn't you put the charges on?
Sorry, but the fact that you have these allegations against you, and you have the audacity to go online and continue to stream, continue to ask for money, but at the worst, that you classify this as a religious persecution. It's pathetic.
Because what Khalil was presenting was, he's being persecuted for being a Muslim. His wife's not happy with the change. But when you go back, and I'm even thinking about the situation, she was very supportive.
I gotta ask, how has the wife handled it?
Well, a lot better than I thought. At first, she was scared shitless. She really was. She was freaking out, and she's like, okay, so you're Muslim now. So what does that mean about me? Are you going to make me do this and make me wear a hijab, and what's all that? And with Islam, Islam means to submit to the one true God, submit to Allah. My wife is not able to become a Muslim, or I can't just make her a Muslim because her husband is. She has to get there on her own way, through her own path, and truly, intentionally, through her own intention, submit to Allah. So I don't push that on her. I don't push that on any of my kids. My daughter is a Christian. My 14-year-old daughter is a Christian. And my other kids, they're just not old enough for me to teach them about religion yet. We raise our kids in a secular manner.
I'm not like having the guy on my channel. I'm not doing big lives with the guy. But I'm seeing like his effort to try to make money and to grow his brand. And so there was this YouTube group couple that were starting to get really big called Mr. and Mrs. Muslim.
We are new Muslims. We have been Muslims now for roughly 12 hours. Yeah. We took our Shahada at a local mosque about 12 hours ago. This is just an introduction video. We are Mr. and Mrs. Muslim.
So they had some issues there of their own.
But some grifters or scammers have found another way to make money through this conversion business, Islamic proselytization business. Have a look at this one. This is actually a very funny story. Abdullah Sami tweeted about this. So again, this couple converted. Yeah, look at the quote marks. Converted to Islam and were able to grift almost 80K from the goodwill of silly Muslims, because we all know Muslims are very touchy. It's like, oh, Islam is a fastest growing. Yay, white people have good.
But Khalil saw that and brought them on the channel to discuss the issues. And then immediately after that, Khalil saw how much they got from like a GoFundMe and channel growth and support, that then he introduced this concept of Mr. and Mrs. Dawa, I believe was the title. He put a channel on it, was planning on content. Now the thing was that he kept doubling down. He's not going to, make a plea deal. He's going to take this to trial. He made clips about he's going to grill his ex-wife and her daughter on the stand.
So I will not be taking a plea deal. I will be taking this thing to full trial, and I will be putting my ex-wife and her daughter on the stand, and we are going to grill them.
And Jake was always the one at the forefront of trying to protect Justin during his quote-unquote conversion process. And Jake is a salesman. Jake's a fucking salesman. And Jake sold Justin Islam hook, line, and sinker. I'm not holding them accountable for anything that's happening, but I am going to hold them accountable for presenting Justin a religion and a community that will defend the kind of actions that we're now talking about. I will hold them accountable for that.
Anyways, I wouldn't trust them as far as I can throw them. That's the thing, is my trust is in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for his will to be done, and I don't trust the justice system. So at any point in time, like I said, people have been thrown in prison for these allegations simply off of a testimony itself. Nothing more than just the testimony.
And you know what? The truth always rise up above the falsehood.
Well, here's the thing: if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that I should be convicted of these things and go to prison, then it'll just give me time, and I'll be out of prison, and I'll be a scholar. Even better. I'll take my time to study.
Even
better.
know what's may Allah protect you.
They weren't waiting to see what the evidence would bring, encouraging Khalil Allah to be off the internet, encouraging him to not victim blame. Instead, they were actually joining in on the victim blaming.
It's laughable, really. Just the lack of couth, honestly. If you really, I don't know, that just, it blows my mind. It really does. I don't know if the intent is to be helpful or if you're trying to be I just don't know and it's not for me to decide their intent. All I can say is about all of it, from his ex-wife to anyone who has this negative opinion of my husband. May Allah reward you with the measure by which you judge.
Are sexually founded.
We don't answer to them, sister. We don't answer to them or the atheists. Oh no, we answer only to Allah.
No,
and
you're
we,
right.
we
But
know
and I know he's innocent. And this is the thing, of course there's concern about my own personal bias, towards my husband and whatever. But the fact of the matter is that these are things that he, when we were in our courtship process, I knew about this the first time we ever spoke in person. He did not hide it from me. He has never hidden it from me. He actually offered to give me his ex-wife's number so I could ask her any questions that I may or may not have. So that to say that Khalil has been very open and transparent about the entire situation from the beginning.
And this is the whole fucking cast of Chomo sympathizers right here. You got Captain Spaulding along with the fucking dictator, and up top we got the fucking Brokeback Mountain just sitting here with the fucking accused Chomo who's got fucking sentencing in about a week.
The thing that I think made it incredibly real to me, and just how devastating it was, my heart was already pouring out for the victim, but her mom was kind enough to give us more information after Khalil was sentenced. in jail, and finally she's able to speak about it because, unlike Khalil, who was slandering her and the victim, and Khalil's friends who were slandering her and the victim, she kept pretty much radio silent. But then I'm reading the victim impact statement, which is something that like you write and you submit to the judge. And I'm reading like her comments as she's breaking down this, and just the emotion that you feel when you read that, because me myself, I was a victim of sexual abuse as a child. I was raped as a child, and that's something that it stays with you. Like,
I remember once that particular conversation was done, I remember going into my studio and just sitting in my chair and staring at the wall, completely perplexed, completely confused, completely lost on what to say or what not to say, how to act or how not to act, because it's one of those things where you thought you knew somebody.
I think this whole story needs to be told of how Justin, not only is he a fucking sexual deviant, but he's a guy with a serious mental illness, and this has been exhibited in his rise and fall.
Well, that's a whole lot of shit to talk about.
Oh yeah, what's up, man?
How you doing, Rage?
Oh, pretty good.
All right, well, yeah, I don't even know where to start unpacking it. So give everybody kind of an idea of what direction we're going to go here. Taylor should be joining us here in a minute, and shout out to Taylor, because Taylor did all the hard work behind the scenes and putting the clips together, the videos together, building the timeline, and all. He did a great job. Because there are ones like Taylor and James, myself, and many others that knew Justin like from day one, right? And all this shit, and that's why I tell people, like, depending on what point in the timeline you met Justin, I completely understand why people say, "Oh man, I saw this coming from a mile away." But when you've been his friend from day one, it's one of those things where you're too close to the situation to see it. You know what I mean? And I think that's where some of us found ourselves. No, not James Taylor, Shane. Taylor James. But we'll chop it up here for a minute, and then per the request of Justin's now estranged wife, I'm going to share her Facebook post. She wanted me to share it because it shares more of the facts behind the matter. The impact statement that you heard James is tired speak about, I'll read that in its entirety. Why? Because the world needs to hear it. Because there's so many people on the interwebs right now that are still defending this motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
That the truth needs to, the truth needs to be out there. And I'll share with you what I told her is, first of all, I'm proud of her. I'm proud of the family. Because I can only imagine, and Rage, I've heard you share some of the same sentiments. I can only imagine as a parent having to keep my mouth shut for almost 2 years. For almost 2 years, with people victim blaming and shaming and attacking, and because of the legal process having to keep your goddamn mouth shut. I told her, number one, I'm fucking proud of you, and in my book, you are a goddamn superhero, because I don't know that I could have done it. Actually, I'm telling you, I couldn't have. I would have fucked up the whole process.
Me too, without a doubt.
I would have fucked up the whole process. So, so we'll share that here in a minute. Before we go through that again, you know, Taylor, great job putting that together. He'll will hopefully pop up here in a minute. But what are your thoughts now? I know you and I both had seen it one time through before. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought it was really good. Man, I've been waiting on it for a long time. I forgot that I was waiting on it until I checked my Facebook Messenger, and I'm like, oh my God, it's finally done. And yeah, like it showed me parts like I wasn't aware of, that I hadn't seen. I had atheists telling me about, you know, the indoctrination that was going on with the different Muslims. But for me, like the whole Muslim thing just came out of the blue. Like one day Justin is, you know, empathetic atheist, and the next day he's like, I'm a Muslim now, and I'm like, crazy. So you know, I had heard that he had been chummy with Smokey. I'd never seen like just exactly how, and the fact that he had done it when he was done, supposedly like being chummy with me at the same time after I had made my video and he had made his. You know, that's that element of character, right? So you're gonna smile on my face and then go and smile to the face of the person that I'm actively exposing for sexually abusing a 16-year-old little girl.
Yeah, the irony in that stream was thick. Thick. You know, now in hindsight, you know, we all know.
Yeah, in hindsight, yeah.
But yeah, we don't even go there because we've had there's been plenty of streams exposing Smokey. Tonight is about not necessarily Justin's been exposed, right? That's done. Now what I want to focus on is the timelines, the manipulation, but more so how can we now, the best we can as people trying to help the victims and supporting the victims, and that's twofold, in my opinion. One is putting any and all of the truth and the facts that we have gathered that we can put out there, is putting that out there and letting the people see that, and you make whatever call you want to make. But the the evidence is there, and then we're talking about a mother she's also a victim and trying to be a mother to victims in the same household, and trying to provide, financially, emotionally, psychologically. That's a toll, man. That's it. If you're a parent, you get it. That I can't even, and that's why I said she's a goddamn superhero, in my book.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
Well, and I think it correlates. Like I think a lot of times, the guilty often just go out of their way to show their guilt. So they have to victim blame and do all of this. Like I've just seen it play out several times now in these situations, and it seems like it's something that they feel the need to do. And yeah, the victim is often smart to just follow the advice of the lawyers, listen to the chatter if you must, but don't respond to it, because your day of vindication will come when that judgment comes, and it certainly did for her.
Oh, 100%. And that. If anything in this specific topic or situation that I'm happy about, is that she and her family got justice, that the motherfucker has to pay, right? And I don't even give a fuck. I'll go on record saying it. I'm typically not one to wish anybody harm, but anything that comes your way while you're behind all that steel, you get out of this bitch what you put into it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm totally with you there. Like, eye for an eye. I have no issues with what's coming his way, and especially once they find out exactly what he did, he'll face some retribution. That's why I'm not for the death penalty, man. Life can be so much more complicated, especially inside prison, those prison walls.
Yeah. So a couple things that I wanted to kind of rewind back on now that I've saw it, really 2.5 times now through the process, and this kind of goes along to the timeline thing that I touched on when I first started. Is I remember my original red flag was not in the beginning, because he did take that empathetic approach, right? Wasn't hostile, wasn't anything like that. James is Tired actually pointed out, and this is when I first started getting red flags as far as, man, there's a lot of extreme jumps he makes. There's a lot of, I think Taylor even said there wasn't an ism or an ist that he wasn't, at a certain phase. And I remember that, like, I'm a hard determinist, and then I'm this, and I'm this. And, I shared it on the video. All of a sudden, there's this, like, thirst for approval. There's this, he needs that gratification. He needs that there's a cessation, a need for people to approve of him and tell him he's smart and tell him that he's the man, and then especially Jake, and I don't give, even if he's listening right now, he's the biggest scam artist in Muslim YouTube. Jake comes along, slithers his way in there, and they played his ass. They played his ass and played him like a fucking fiddle, bro. Played him like a fucking fiddle. And I remember, behind the scenes a couple times talking to him, like, Justin, like, I know why you started this, like, master debater thing. I know what your original idea was, but this went from a bunch of people from a bunch of different corners of the earth and a bunch of different beliefs and ideas to where it is now a straight up echo chamber. And you're listening to this shit every single day. And I'm watching you and I'm hearing you now repeat back what they're telling you. That's when I was like, and I said on the video, this is no longer a benefit. This is no longer productive. This has become dangerous.
Well, yeah, and watching that back, it was weird. That was another part that I hadn't really been aware of. Yeah, and to see him, try to change himself so actively to try to fit whatever herd he was in. And then, it is easy to think of these things in retrospect, because when our relationship turned and we went from, like, making back and forth videos against each other, was that night in Richard Matson's stream where he caught me philosophically, and I gave him that credit, and I'm like, oh, he caught me philosophically, and Justin Downey made me want to study philosophy, so I spent the last year, and yeah, like, well, all of a sudden now Justin's willing to, he wants to be friendly and have these, like, and looking back in hindsight, it's like, oh, it's when I gave him that recognition. Right. Oh, you caught me. That is when it turned. Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, it's and for me to share kind of a now that everything's, because I would until Jazz, and she popped in earlier and she asked me to share and publicly share the stream, even on Facebook and Twitter and things. That way it's out there, and I will after this stream.
Yeah, that's awesome that she's doing that.
Yeah, she got the notification, and she said, Oz, I saw you're doing this, this stream. I don't know that I can watch it, but will you please share this publicly, the Facebook post.
Interesting story is I talked to her one time, and it was like when I had made my video against Justin, he had brought her on the phone to try to converse with me, and we interacted, and she was wholeheartedly 100% on her husband's side. And then it was like 2 months later, I'm reading a Facebook post that Justin is marrying some new person. I'm like, wait a minute, I just talked to your wife and now you're getting married, and it didn't sit well with me then. And then of course we find out later why that just suddenly fell apart.
I could tell you she was as supportive as a skeptic,
could be,
spouse could be.
Without a doubt.
I can vouch for on that, because I remember her, on social media, like, going after atheists that were, the very small number that were being ugly, because it was not what Justin tried to make it sound like or look like. But she was combating them. I thought we were all skeptics. Like, just be, ask the questions. Like, that's healthy. Do that. But why the attacks, for the ones that were. But the one thing that I do, like when I watch that video, and anytime I do think about this again in hindsight or retrospect, there were, and I would never share this if it wasn't for Jasmine reaching out and saying, hey, I want all the truth to be out there. There were two I'm certain of, but I think there was a third conversation I had with Justin and Jasmine on the phone, where they wanted to talk about mental health, and they knew, my struggles with it, being bipolar and yada, 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 all that shit. And just getting, just any feedback or whatever from me. And when I read the impact statement here in a few minutes, it'll make more sense what I'm talking about now. But a lot of the things that Jasmine shares in the impact statement, I remember them saying those things to me verbatim on the phone.
Wow.
And the way it was described on the phone, though, sounded like a teenager that was, undiagnosed, untreated, wasn't, I think maybe had just started seeing a therapist at the time. Now I look back at it and it still makes me sick. It still makes me sick, because I'm like, here you are with her pleading, and asking, what my suggestions are as far as, do you know of any good secular therapists and blah, blah, blah. And the whole time, motherfucker, you knew. You knew why she started acting out. You knew why she started becoming combative.
He was the cause of it.
You were the cause, bro. You were the motherfucking cause. And dude, those, now looking back, and I know I'm not responsible for anything. I know I'm not guilty, but god damn, I look back, it makes me want to throw up. It makes me throw up.
I was so obsessed with exposing Smokey that I've had those moments, because Khalil threw me. It's one thing when it's a guy you don't like, but it's another guy. I like the guy, despite myself sometimes, and so it was like, was I so obsessed with this person and what I was trying to expose about him that I didn't see like these obvious, things that I probably should have seen about this person that I had really come to like. It like punched me in the guts, man. It affected me on a really strange level.
Yeah, and it's I think it was like either the second to last or last thing that that Taylor put up there from my my bit on there. It was more of a pause for me, where it was like, because I met Justin so early on, like none of this was identifiable, so to speak.
Yeah. Like we met him on way two different parts of the timeline. Because I met him when he was that hot up and comer, like atheist everybody was talking about, and I'm like, philosophy? I don't care about philosophy.
Right,
so
right. And that's where you and I and I think I even said that you stripped the philosophy away. We got animals riding to the moon, and I don't give a fuck about your philosophy. But yeah, dude, it's just based on that, the timeline, or the the chronological series of events. It does depend on when you came into meeting him or getting to know him, because at that tail end, had you met him, I 100% get why anyone would say, no, I don't trust this motherfucker as far as I can throw him, But
yeah, that was always my impression. Like from the very first get, like my first impression of Justin Downing is I cannot trust this person. I trusted Wes, and I still to this day don't think Wes had any idea what was going to happen on Justin's stream when I actually got there, you know. But Justin, he just sat there and he let it happen. You know, and James has went out of his way to say, you know what, that was kind of a messed up situation.
Yeah.
Justin never said a word about it. Never once even recognized that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. In the stream that that Taylor played, where I had Bryson Skid on, Wes was in the background, but he, and I don't blame him. He was like, I just don't.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I can't. I don't want to. You know, not because he wasn't excited about the future or anything, but he was like, I just can't fuck with it right now. And yeah, I totally get that. And Wes got shat on, like 100% got shat on. But real quick, hold on. This comment, chronological. My
Chronological.
bad. My bad.
They always put that emphasis in it. The Quran or Quran.
Quran. And two things I'll say. If you have anything to piggyback on it, go ahead, and then I'll read this impact statement, and then I'll share the link to the actual Facebook post, because I was trying to pull up the videos to show here live, but Facebook is being an asshole. Yeah. So I'll just post it. But a couple things. One, I view the, you know, because I've had certain, and I don't want to make this a whole nother topic, but you know, well, Oz, he's changed his name to Khalil Allah. Khalil Allah to me now is a mask. He is Justin Downing to me. Mm. And if you have issue with that, we can talk about it privately. I'm not going to make this a public thing. But he's Justin motherfucking Downing to me, because when the guards, the police, you know, the investigators, when he's in prison, that's how they are going to refer to him. So in this very particular context, he is Justin Downing. So I just wanted, because I've had a couple people ask me that. Currently.
Yeah, I've said something similar as well, and he, like, I think Taylor put it in his movie there, and yet, like, no, when it comes to Justin, you know, I'm not going to recognize this fake persona he tried to cover up his crimes with, right, or whatever. You know, like Muhammad Ali is Muhammad Ali. He's not Cassius Clay to me. Justin Downing is fucking Justin Downing, the child molester. You know?
Right. Right, and like I agree with Owen from Telltale, and I share his position. Even like with Kanye West, he now wants to be, was it called Ye or whatever, and he said no. I'm until I'm given a good reason to not call him by his name, I'm not going to do that, because he's now trying to distract from his name, because now that name carries so much negative baggage, and he's trying to recreate this brand. But no, he needs to be, the bullshit needs to be filtered out. And people need to know exactly all the hateful, disgusting shit that he's saying, and that be attached to his name. So, you know, we're, to me, this isn't a social or political thing. This is, you're being held accountable for the dumb shit and the stupid shit and the ugly shit and the disgusting shit you're saying you're doing. And then there's, oh yeah, and then the last thing before I read Jasmine's post and statement, if you are still defending this motherfucker, if you're still supporting this motherfucker, fuck you.
Yeah,
fuck you.
They still are. I mean, they came in my comments on the stream I did it when I got the information about his conviction. This is just, you know, they're persecuting him because he chose Allah. And I'm like, no, they're persecuting him because he took advantage and he harmed a child he was responsible for as a step parent. Don't call that religious card just because it's your guy. No, this is it's undefendable. It's undefendable.
Yeah, and Yeah, this is one of those things where I'll say you're guilty by association. I'm not saying you did the act, but to me, you're semi just as fucked up for defending this bullshit as the motherfucker that did it.
I agree.
And what Pat said, I concur. His motherfucking name is inmate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Goddamn right.
Yeah, that's his name now. Yeah.
Goddamn right. That's now how that's how the state refers to him now.
Or his roomie calling him Buttercup.
More than likely. And before this is the other one that I forgot. So I'm gonna pull up and I'm just gonna read it off because the share screen thing just isn't working properly. But I'll put the once we go through it, I'll put the link for the actual Facebook post in the chat as Jasmine asked me to do. But before we do that, I want to make it clear because whether it was here, I can't remember if it was here tonight, but over the last several weeks or whatever, or I guess months now, that's been going on, but especially since the conviction and the sentencing, there's been the, I thought he was going to go to trial. I thought he was going to go to trial, Rage. Here, let me tell you, and for all the parents out there, I know you're going to say, hell, motherfucking, yeah, I'm telling you right now, if any charge that was even approached something like this, even if it was a less degree, a lesser charge, whatever it was, any fucking accusation of this that came my way, I will rot. I will rot in whatever building you put me in, but I will not take a plea deal. I will not plead guilty. Fuck you.
No way.
Bring everything you want to bring, and if you still convict me, I'm telling you right now, I will rot in that fucking cell till the day I fucking die. I'm not taking a plea deal. If I'm innocent, right? And there's no goddamn way, bro. No goddamn way. So for all you people, well, he probably did that because 12 years is less than taking life. 12 years is less than taking 15 years. No, I don't care if it's 12 years or life. You're not going to get me caught up in a plea deal. I'm fighting that shit.
I know I didn't do it, and by his own admission, he's going to put her up on a stand and grill her just so he's like chomping at the bit to try to catch her in some kind of cross communication on the stand. It's slightly disgusting. And he tried to call me, and he wanted to come on the channel after I did my stream on it initially and try to justify and probably say those same things. Like, I'm never going to plead out of this. I'm guilty, not, or I'm innocent, not. I wouldn't give him that chance at that point. Like, no, I'm not going to have you on my fucking stream now. You prove your innocence and I'll eat crow. But, in my opinion, just for the accusations to be leveled implies to me that you are doing shit that you should not be doing. I've been raising my daughter for 13 years now by myself. Never worried about any accusations because I never did nothing. So that's how I look at it.
Yeah. And what's up? Tom Rabbit's in the room. Tom said he has a recording of him saying he was going to fight it 100%. And I remember him saying that.
Yeah. Well, he wanted to come on my stream and say it, and I was just like, no, I'm not. I didn't even answer the freaking messages. Yeah,
but and again, I don't want to beat the dead horse here because I want to get to Jasmine's post here. But there's as a dad, as a father of 4, I'll be God motherfucking damned, bro. God motherfucking damned if I just you give me a deal.
Yeah, no way.
Fuck you. Show me.
No way.
Prove it. Fucking prove that shit.
I'm dying professing my innocence.
Yeah, like I said, I will rot. I will rot, and I will fight that shit. I will fight that shit. Fuck that. But as soon as you took that plea deal, bro, bing, bang, boom.
Conversation over at that point. Like, you're guilty. You're guilty.
Yeah. Yeah, because you that means you knew about that DNA evidence, bruh. You knew about the DNA evidence that was coming. And you're like, yeah, I better plea out of this shit. So stop it. Stop it.
He might have thought he had this, like, skating chance to demonize her on the stand, talking about this young teenager acting out, and but probably realized real quickly, yeah, no, they got the goods on me. That's not gonna fly. That defense ain't gonna work.
Nope. And looks like somebody already did a little homework here. And thanks for hanging out, Tom. Long time no see. Where to go? Somebody did a little homework. The Lone Wanderer's bunker. Justin is now inmate A815474. Now it's official. We just don't have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 now. All right, let me pull this up. And like I said, I'm just going to read this because the share screen's getting all fucked up. But then once we're done reading through it, I will share the actual link.
I'm glad you're doing this because people have asked me for it, and I was like, I've heard that it's out there, but I didn't have it, and I wouldn't have felt comfortable reading it without her permission. So
and same here. I didn't have plans of doing this until she messaged me and was like, no, I want this shit to be out there. So let me get this here. Have a drink. So this first part is from the post, the Facebook post, and then I will get to the witness impact statement. So some of you absolutely disgust me. Thanks to some in the YouTube and Discord communities, it has been made clear to me that there are many people seriously misinformed about the recent legalities involving my husband, Justin Downing. Yes, he is still my husband. I have no money to file for divorce, and I'm on the waiting list with legal aid to help file for the divorce. To clarify, 1, this was not religious persecution. Justin was a piece of shit before his conversion. Justin took advantage of his Muslim supporters to gain sympathy, a wall of virtual defense, and money. Also, I have seen many throughout the YouTube community take advantage of this situation to defend and support their hate of religion or Islam. That's disgusting. Some believe that Justin became a Muslim because he was a pedophile. I don't believe that. He became a Muslim because he genuinely believed Islam to be the answer. The various forms of abuse Justin perpetrated upon us, he did as an atheist and a Muslim. Despite my beliefs, I was supportive as I could be of Justin's conversion. Number 2, I left Justin and got a protection order because he was abusive to all of us. I was unaware of the extent until my child's disclosure 5 days after he was removed from the home. Why? Because she finally felt fucking safe. Number 3, the charges were not a result of hearsay evidence. My child's abuse claims were supported by DNA, not saliva, like Richard Madsen claims. Evidence was found by means of forensic testing in multiple rooms from multiple locations disclosed by my child. I did not coach my daughter. Number 4, I did not coach my daughter. You can't coach the details of this case, many of which are still unknown to me, and you can't coach DNA. Number 5, despite what Richard Madsen claimed, Justin had great legal representation. That's why they have the awards they do, and the reason why the judge chose the bond that he did. The judge chose the bond that he did because, according to him, he knew how much Justin was paying for his legal counsel and believed that it was a sign he would not, that he would take it all seriously and would not be a flight risk. Number 6, if he was such a piece of shit, why did I stay? Abusers or narcissists don't expose their true selves until they have their hook in you. The Justin I loved didn't exist. I loved the idea of who I thought he was. I was gaslighted and manipulated. He convinced me I was crazy, or after punching a hole in the wall during a fight, he would threaten suicide to manipulate me into forgiving him and staying. Once I started realizing my reality, I still tried to make excuses and fight for my marriage because the idea I still the idea I still loved, and because I felt unworthy of anything else. Then I got sorry, I lost my place. Then I got to such a low point that I just accepted my life for what it was, because I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to disappoint my children or my family. I didn't want to leave my son with him. During arguments, he told me that he would kill me if I left him. I made excuses for it because, sometimes people say hurtful things they don't mean when they're mad. At the very end, before we separated, I realized that he may have been serious when saying those things. Now, I believe he was. And then finally, number 7, my child is not his only victim, but unfortunately, may be the only one that will ever see true justice. The strength of his victims deserve to be acknowledged. And then she talks about the pictures that are on the Facebook post, which, again, I will share the link to here in a few. And there's a couple pleas here to women, to parents, to mothers that I do want to read because I think these are important. So first, to women, please love yourselves. Know your worth. If you don't know it, find it. Don't rely on your significant other or anyone else to find it or give it to you. Parents, love your babies. Communicate with them early on. Educate yourself how to best talk to and with your kids about safety, not just stranger danger. About 1 in 10 children will be sexually abused before their 18th birthday. Nearly 70% of all reported sexual assaults occur to children ages 17 and under. Over 90% of children who are victims of sexual abuse know their abuser. The younger the victim, the more likely it is that the abuser is a family member. And then there's some links that she posts. If you've been a victim, or if there's ideas, or you have inklings or ideas that you may know somebody that's being abused, she's included some links there. And then lastly, to his supporters, go fuck yourselves. You can speculate and make all the baseless claims you want. You can call me a narcissist, a terrible mom, or a hater of Islam. You know me as well as I thought I knew my husband. So you can give up full custody of your kids to make space for a pedophile. You can post all the memes you want on your Facebook. You can make all the attempts you want to discredit my child and myself. You will fail. You already did. Justin already did. That is why he pled guilty. He knew that he was facing a possible life sentence by going to trial. He had no way to explain or excuse the evidence, and neither do you. So again, go fuck yourselves.
Well said.
Hell yeah. And that's why I said, Jasmine, you're a fucking superhero in my book.
Yeah, I don't think you could say that any better. And what she described, that's normal in that dynamic of a relationship. These people, it's not just the physical abuse, it's the mental abuse, it's the mental domination, it's the narcissism involved. It's feeding on the human, just the basic human wanting of love and to make love work. You don't just give up on love, wanting that person to change, to be that person you met. Like, these are all just basic dynamics of these situations that she just lays out really well there.
Yeah, and again, trying to, and I don't even want to pretend that I can, because I can't. I could say 100% I can't, but trying to put myself in her shoes as a parent, I don't know that I could articulate it that well. I don't think I could. It would be scattered, because it would be pissed off and then angry and then emotional and then pissed off and angry, and I would not have been able to deliver that message the way she did. That was amazing.
Oh yeah, I'd totally reacted differently. I'd be the one on trial because I'd be killing somebody.
Yep, absolutely. And I see Taylor just jumped in the backstage. So give me 1 second. Let me read this. I'm gonna read the impact statement, and then we'll bring Taylor on here. That way I don't have to worry about the share screens and shit. And let me blow this up so I can read it because I'm blind as a bat. March 17th of 2023. Dear Honorable Judge Stevens, this statement I give to you is not just a victim impact statement detailing the ways in which Justin traumatized my daughter for life, but also the statement of a fool who was blind to her reality. It's an analysis of the ways I failed as a mother. My daughter was your average preteen girl prior to moving into my grandparents' home in 2018. My daughter was full of energy. She loved to perform for others, dancing and singing her heart out. She loved crafts and making new things. She loved baking cookies or other goodies and then gobbling them up. She was a girl full of feelings and loved others very deeply. She was always ready. Excuse me. She was always ready for new adventures. However, after moving in with my grandparents over time, she changed, always experiencing these high highs and low lows, never in between. When triggered by something, even the smallest inconvenience, she would have fits of rage filled with yelling, screaming, uncontrollable sobbing, slam doors, and sometimes she would throw things or knock over furniture. She started struggling more in school, struggling to get up in time or even get up at all. She was struggling with outbursts at school, which led to her being bullied by other students. These things were strange because she wasn't the girl we knew. We didn't understand what was going on. She and Justin were always arguing. It was like they hated each other. He was always so critical of her about everything, even little things. I thought maybe it was because I introduced him too quickly. It was just my daughter and me for 10 years, and she only knew her dad, as I never brought any other man around her. Justin was the exception to the rule because I've known him since we were in first grade, and our families knew each other before that. I thought maybe it was because of his, in quotations, military mentality. I thought maybe she was just struggling to find her place. At the same time, there were moments when they were thick as thieves. They would spend time upstairs in his computer room, in quotations, making funny videos. Other times they would be up there and would be, in quotations, teaching her how to Photoshop. There was also a brief time when there was a plan to, in quotations, help her create her own YouTube show about makeup. These moments made me smile and gave me hope. I didn't know it was during these moments that Justin was destroying her childhood by regularly raping her. I would often joke and call him a sucker for getting her treats and giving her phone back when she got in trouble. I didn't realize that I was witnessing him groom my daughter. I didn't realize that the energy drinks, milkshakes, candies, and the other goodies were his form of payment. I believe he was so critical of her because he was looking for ways to excessively punish her, only to then force her to have sex with him to get out of the punishment. I also believe that he was so critical of her because he was taking any opportunity to discredit her so that if she did tell someone what was happening to her, they wouldn't believe it. The signs were there. I think back to the spring of 2021 when I had to take my daughter to children's emergency room for mental health concerns. This resulted in her being held down by multiple nurses and police officers so she could be sedated. When this was happening, I was standing on the other side of the wall listening to my daughter scream. As she screamed, I was unknowingly sobbing into the arms of her serial rapist. Following this, she admitted to the children's partial program for 2 weeks. The treatment included new medication that would facilitate a weight gain of 50 pounds in less than 10 months. It also included a mood disorder diagnosis that is now, according to her health professionals, believed to be a result of the trauma. She was surrounded by all the professionals and people who would kill to keep her safe, and she still kept it a secret. She was brainwashed into accepting her new reality. It wasn't until after I removed him from the home via protection order that she believed and realized that he wasn't coming back, 5 days to be exact. This led to her disclosure of the abuse to her best friend. She was so conditioned that it wasn't rape to her, it was sex. Justin and I had sex, she said. He was cheating on you with me, she said. I wish I had gone to the house to get her, said my mom, who hates herself for not going into the house when picking my daughter up from school after finding out that he would rape her in the mornings before sending her off. If only I had gone upstairs to check on them, said my aunt, who one day sent her son to check on her and Justin upstairs, but the door was locked. I should have gone up there, my grandpa, who blames himself for not protecting her, as Justin would rape his great-granddaughter in the bedrooms above him as he rested in his recliner. What about our son? What the hell do I tell my son? He misses his dad, despite how he treated him at times. He loves his dad. One day, he will ask why his father is gone. One day, he will be old enough to know the truth or seek it for himself. I think about this often, and I doubt I will ever have any idea how to navigate it. I just know it will be a traumatic time for us all. So what do I wish for? That when living at my grandparents' house, I would have gone up to the top floor to check on her. That even though it got to the point where I didn't want to share a bed with him, I would have slept upstairs in our room at the new apartment, and maybe he would have not raped her while I slept. That perhaps I shouldn't have gone door dashing to bring in more money for us, because then I could have been home and maybe he wouldn't have raped her then. That I would have believed his other children when they disclosed their abuse. That I didn't think his ex-wife was making these things up in a malicious attempt to keep his children from him. That I would have seen the abuse, the grooming, and manipulation I endured for what it was and left sooner. That I wasn't so damn stupid and blind. I can't wish for anything. The only thing I would wish for is the thing that would have prevented this from happening to my daughter. It would be wishing that I never met Justin, and for brief moments in time, this wish creeps up into my thoughts, and immediately I'm flooded with shame and guilt, because that would be wishing away my son's existence. I won't do that. So what do I wish for? Nothing. Because all the wishes we've wished, the should haves, would haves, and could haves, mean absolutely nothing, despite how desperately we wish they did. Nothing will end the nightmares I have, the nightmares where I am frozen in place, witnessing the sexual abuse of my daughter with no power to stop it. Nothing to stop the moments of the day that I check out, picturing so vividly moments from the past. Except these memories are different because I discover the abuse. I imagine a struggle that sometimes ends in his demise by the pull of a trigger. I push out a window, the stab of a knife, or strangling of a computer cord. Other times, I'm defeated, and he ends us all. I think back to the day I got a protection order against him on November 1st, 2021, and the recording he left for me on the Ring camera. After changing out of his work clothes, he walked out of the house with keys in hand, ready to go somewhere. He stopped and turned and spoke to the camera, saying, "I don't know what's going on right now, Jasmine. You deleted me off Facebook. You blocked me from accounts. I don't know what's happening. And here comes the fucking cops." I think the cops showing up when they did might have saved lives, because in the video, when Justin sees the police, he goes back inside our home, removes her 9mm firearm from his pocket of his pants and sets it on the table by the window, moving it to the chair next to it. What was his plan? After illegally concealing a firearm registered to someone else and getting into his work truck, what was he going to do? My daughter received a life sentence the moment Justin's abuse began. His abuse and the trauma it caused will remain with her for the rest of her life. It is the cause of her lack of confidence, self-hatred, and desperation for acceptance by anyone willing to give it. It is the cause of her feeling she has no one she can trust, including me. It is the cause of her struggle to set boundaries and respect those of others. She often struggles to accept healthy criticism. He ripped away her childhood. She believes that abuse, the trauma, is what defines her. It's not, but she doesn't believe that, at least not yet anyway. It's unfair that he's made this mess. He stole her childhood and turned her world upside down. It's unfair that in aftermath, the cleanup relies solely upon my daughter. She has a never-ending support system, but it all starts with her. Before she can heal, she will have to break herself apart. She will have to fight to rid herself of the version of she created to survive the hell he kept her in. Then, when she does that, she will have to work to rebuild herself, work to develop self-love and acceptance, work to set boundaries and respect those of others, work to develop healthy relationships with those around her, work to develop healthy habits and coping skills. Then she will have to work to maintain this new foundation as she continues through life in its constant up and downs. Following our separation and during the investigation, Justin continued to preach about morality by means of his YouTube show. 2 months following our separation, he gained a new wife, in quotations, despite us still being legally married, moving and living with her and her children. There were times he discussed the allegations/charges with listeners on his YouTube show or Discord group. When the charges were first made public, he requested money from his viewers to pay for legal fees, stating, in quotations, "My legal fees to fight this religious persecution is very hefty. If anyone would want to help donate, there are 3 links in the descriptions that you can visit, and it would be much appreciated if you could help." Then time passed, and the various social media platforms he spoke of the allegations, again claiming that I was coaching my daughter. Then not too long after that, he claimed that she was a liar and mentally unstable. I didn't do it, but if Allah believes, in quotations, I didn't do it, but if Allah believes I should go to prison, then I will do my time and come out a scholar, end quote. He and his wife spoke about my daughter in an attempt to discredit her, stating that if the allegations were true, then why didn't anybody notice? Why didn't her therapist notice? Justin made these statements as if victims walk around with signs that says, quote, "My stepdad rapes me," unquote. As if the abuse and manipulation of not just my daughter, but our family as a whole had nothing to do with it. As if him threatening to hurt her family if she told anyone didn't have anything to do with it. This was not a good relationship gone bad like originally thought. This was a systematic erosion of our self-worth designed to his benefit and on an even more sinister level. What a slap in the face to say his lawyer, who I understand is only doing her job, may stand before you today and point out his law-abiding behavior while on bail. Why would that be considered a plus for him? We all thought he was a law-abiding citizen. What a slap in the face to say he's a well-behaved. What a slap in the face to say he's well-behaved. When in reality, all that is saying is that he could have been well-behaved, but chose to repeatedly rape his stepdaughter instead. She may point out that he's a veteran, but to use the American flag as a way to shield him from a well-deserved harsh punishment is a disgrace to the flag, this country, and to the men and women that have served this country with honor and integrity. My daughter deserves justice. I want to thank the detectives, investigators, the prosecutorial team, social workers, and victim advocates who have supported her daughter's rights for justice in various ways. Fuck.
What's good, guys?
What's up, Taylor?
What's up, Taylor? Not much. How'd you like the film?
Oh, the film.
The film.
The film was badass.
The film was badass, but
that statement. Fuck.
Yeah, that was the driving force to get that shit done as quick as I did. I spent 2 weeks, 2 sleepless nights on scene 3. But I remember reading that just thinking that, like, I remember, like, as I read those quotes, like, I have those in the film, those things that he said, and I'd see him saying on Clubhouse. Got his little audio difficulty.
All right, am I getting echoes? Anybody else getting echoes?
Yeah, I'm getting an echo.
Check.
Try it again.
Check.
All right, no echo. Yeah, we're good. But yeah, I remember.
Okay, we're good.
When this first came out, like I said, that's what I kind of went with the film, because Justin was a sociopath. He was never embarrassed. Like we caught him in several lies over the course I've known him. That the military one was like a big one. That's embarrassing, right? He wasn't, like what he said in the anyone would be embarrassed. Justin, I have a picture of his LinkedIn. I put that in the film, and I remember showing it to him when I originally found out. And the next day he was back, like nothing happened, and it just kept. And I can't believe we knew a guy like this.
Oh, and bro,
I really can't.
I was gonna say, it's do one of you guys have the YouTube playing in the background? Because I can hear myself.
I don't.
I think it went away. Never mind. Nah, dude, it's well, first and foremost, because I gave you shout outs earlier, but everybody, this is Taylor. Taylor's the one who did all the legwork with the videos, the clips, all that, put everything together. So again, now that Taylor's here, shout out to Taylor for all that. But yeah, bro, now watching it 2.5 times, it's like we called this motherfucker a friend, dude. What?
Yeah.
What? And then yeah, like you're talking about, like anybody with a military background, when they find out about somebody who's like, oh, I was over there dodging bullets, bro. I was over there dodging bullets, and actually you was just a cook in a slop kitchen.
Don't they call that like stealing valor? You know, like they don't take kindly to that type of shit.
Yes, well, he did have a career, and he did go to Afghanistan, but he wasn't in these raids and all the shit that we do was bullshit the whole time.
Right.
The fact that he wasn't even like an infantry, right? He was a mechanic, right? He fixed air conditioners and like I exposed that. We saw that. We knew about the Neil interview. He did a Neil with the Neil 504 Atheist. He did an interview and he contradicted himself. His backstory contradicted. We always knew about that. And he just didn't care. I've never seen the guy embarrassed once in his life, and that's like when the indictment came out, I knew that's a fucking sociopath, man. I always do that about Justin. I believed, like, immediately. I knew he did it. Like I was just like, there's no way.
It was you using the word sociopath that it wasn't until I saw him not doubling or tripling, but like quadrupling down on shit. And like I said, you know, the clip that you used of mine, like the audacity, even a suspicion of this type of allegation, if like you're on the YouTubes talking shit.
Yeah, I mean, it could be like just a normal charge, like tax fraud. I'm not showing my face until I fucking, you know, get that shit done with, and I could be like, yeah, I took care of that. No big issues here. Like I'm even that like that. I'm not going to be coming on YouTube's and talking shit. Fuck the IRS. You know, no, I'm not going to be doing that.
No way, bro. No way. And if you're a father, let's just talk about it from just the parental instinct, right? If I'm a father and these allegations have come up, I'm worried about my kids, man, because something got fucked up. My energy, my time is not being spent on the YouTubes. It's not being spent on the TikToks. It's okay. Where are the therapists? Where are the professionals? Because we need to figure this shit out. Fuck the YouTube. Fuck the TikTok. Fuck the Facebook. Fuck all that shit. Right. Mm-hmm. And before we keep going on it, I do want to pause because I know we read that that impact statement, and I just want to reiterate this. Jasmine, you were a fucking superhero. You were a fucking superhero. And as a parent, I could not, I'm telling you, I could not have done what you did. I could not have kept my mouth shut for goddamn near 2 years and listened to all the hate and the victim shaming and the victim blaming and all that. I could not have done it. So shout out to you. And anything, and I know Taylor will say it. I know Rage will back it up. Anything else we can do to help you and your family recover and bounce back, you deserve it, and we're here for you. I want to make sure I say that. And the GoFundMe is pinned in the side chat. If you can support and do that, they deserve some good shit to go their way. They've been through enough. They need the support. They need people around them loving on them.
And there was a lot of blaming herself in that, and that's normal. She's going to do that, but she needs to realize she woke up and she got out of there, and she did the right thing, and she removed her children from that situation, and she got that restraining order. A lot of people don't make it that far. They end up dead first. They don't make it that far. So, you know, it might take some time, but she's gonna come to the realization that what she did was a very strong thing, and there was no way she could have known, you know, what was going on, but she did the right thing, and got those children out of that situation, got herself out of that situation. He's behind bars now because of her and their strength. So, you know, she's doing the normal thing, but she did some really good shit, and she needs to know that. A lot of people don't make it there.
Absolutely. So yeah, before we moved on, I wanted to make sure I highlight that, and I'm right now trying to get the link to the specific post to put in the chat. But yeah, we can keep going. I just wanted to make sure that we paused and shouted her out, because she's earned it. She's earned that shit.
Yeah, for sure.
I remember when this was being talked about, like when it first came, the main thing that inspired me. I was already talking. We were already like, we could make a movie out of Justin's Islam, but that didn't come from fruition. It's when, like, you covered this. We covered this at the latter part of the film. It's when Justin and his pseudo wife make a GoFundMe account, and immediately you read in the GoFundMe, and it has like $70 or whatever, but it says, due to my conversion, my marriage went sour. And for people that know Justin, they know that's fucking bullshit. Because I remember when he converted, I remember Jasmine coming on the calls and saying that she'll be with him whatever he does, and there was support.
Yeah,
and there's all these interviews and shit. We know them, so like there's like I'm like, Justin, you're a fucking sick bastard for that shit, bro. Right? A lot of people attacked him right away on Clubhouse. Like, that's bullshit. And he came to defend this shit to people that know he's fucking full of shit.
Yeah, I didn't know the extent. Now I'm getting echo again.
I knew Justin was an early Muslim, and he didn't have this problem. There was something seriously wrong. See, and at first he told me he was having marital problems, and I assumed something. I could kind of see that something was wrong, but I didn't know it was all the way in the red like that. But when the indictment came, I was like, yeah, that puzzle came together real quick.
Sorry, I was posting that link. So, Taylor, tell me if maybe you had some of the. Well, actually, I'm gonna ask this question. I think I already know the answer to, but before you jumped on, Rage and I were talking. Some of my first red flags, so to speak, or warnings started popping up when all these, like all of a sudden there's all these extreme views, like I'm a determinist, then I'm a hard determinist, and then I'm a nihilist, and then I'm this, and then I'm that, and there's this constant quest of not just being the smartest in the room, but seeking approval of others that he sees as more intelligent or educated than he is or was. And that's when shit really started to get weird.
Yeah, I thought that was odd. Really odd. And the way the Muslims went about converting him, it's I don't know. Like, I've talked to so many former apostates, and it's like I can see these same people talking to these apostates and telling them how they're gonna die. Like, it's just it was so odd. But yeah, the way he changed back and forth, and like, I'm gonna be this philosophical position this day and this philosophical position that day, and it's like, well, do you have a position or what? Like, what's your position? Trying to be human. It's like he was trying to be a human being.
Well, and that's where it all started to fall apart. When he came on my stream, it was talking about, oh, I'm going to be the most liberal, humanistic, blah 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 blah.
He said that same shit on my stream, yeah.
And I said it, after the fact, I wanted to go batshit, because I'm like, no. And later, Taylor played the other part of that later. It was like, you obviously have not read the Quran.
Yes.
What you're talking about isn't possible, bro. Is it possible?
I think I remember saying something to him, like when he told me that stuff on my stream. I was like, I guess we'll see in a year. Like, like, we'll see where you're at in a year, and we'll if you still agree, because like he was telling me, oh, I'm always gonna believe in gay marriage, and I'm never going to change my ways. And I'm like, I don't know, dude. It kind of goes against your religion now. It's going to be hard to be secular in the face of that. And it didn't even take a year. Like he wasn't that secular Muslim.
I actually have that like when you did the interview with Trent and Bryce actually does say that. I just couldn't fit it into the film. So I have a lot of outtakes I'm going to eventually release when I have them all together. Yeah, there's a moment, like, you see the moment when he introduces me to Smokey Saint, because that's how I met these guys through Justin, right? And Justin's like, hey bro, come on this live with me. It's a bunch of guys and stuff, they're covering my conversion. So I go in the live with them, and right before I join, there's a moment between Justin and Smokey where Smokey tells Justin they have a kindred spirit.
Oh god.
And I don't know if you guys missed that. It's real brief. I'll make it a.
He sure fucking. No, as soon as you said that, I was like, shit.
Yeah, no, it's in the film.
Yeah,
it's a really brief.
Yeah, now that you, I remember that.
That's the type of shit. When I was making this movie, like with your interview, right? I already knew it was in your interview, but then I went back to Ethan's interview, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna get all the things that he made excuses, because I know he got the fatwa saying he didn't make excuses. And I'm in there, and I'm cutting and editing, and I get to this point where he says, I don't care about flying donkeys, pedophile prophets, and all this crap that comes out of the Quran. Complete Freudian slip. I'd go back and look at this footage, and there'd be more shit I'd never noticed. Freudian slips, mispronunciations. I call them Justinisms. That's why you see, like, I slow down and shake the camera and slow the speed, and it's just, man, I can't believe it. Like, I thought this shit was funny, man. I laughed at this shit. This is terrible.
Yeah, there's still like if we, and I know this is difficult because I know it's difficult for me to try to separate the absolute fucked up bullshit, the abuse, right? Trying to separate that from just the dumbass, right? And trying to separate those two things is almost impossible at this point. But yes, there's now looking back, there's so much shit that he said that if none of this ever happened, we could sit here and laugh about. We could sit here and laugh about the dumb shit that he said and all the lies that he put out there. Like, well, I went to elementary school for 4 years, but 7 years later, I was still in the 5th grade. Like shit, and I was just putting those numbers out there, but just like some dumb shit like that. Or it's, I have PTSD because I was a mechanic or a cook in the military. That must have been some really bad fucking food, right? Like we could laugh about that. But then there's all this other shit that just comes barreling in where it's like, fuck, dude, fuck.
Yeah, it's no longer laughable when it's become like, all right, so this is like a pattern, like every part of this dude's existence is got to be fabricated. You know, like even his service to the country. What, dude, you did what a lot of people don't do. You served to the country, but that's not good enough for you. You have to fabricate on top of that. It's like the reality, even when it's a good reality, isn't quite enough for him. Yeah, and that would factor into his victim. He would be doing that same manipulation to his victim.
Right, and look back, and Taylor did a masterful job, I must say, of going back to him describing his childhood. And that was bullshit. As far as the chronological line of events, and you know, I was removed from school at this part, and in Pat, I'm not trying to separate him. It's disgusting. It's bad, and it is what it is. So don't nobody take that the wrong way. Yeah, don't hear what I'm not saying. But from school up to 7th grade, then going to middle school, then high school, then military, then atheism, then Islam, then now pedo. Like and again, Taylor did a great fucking job of stretching everything out in time spans where we can understand that this was like every fucking layer was bullshit.
Yeah.
If you take a step back, every layer was bullshit.
Yeah, like the whole thing from the very beginning. And you know, I'm no psychologist, but it plays to, you know, whatever mental illness he has that Taylor talked about in the film. You know, like I knew somebody very, very close to me who everything was a lie with the guy, just a lie, and everything was about him, and that translated into, you know, this everything was a lie, and you know he eventually went on and did psychotic shit. You know, it's like, I don't know, it's this delusional mindset. I'm no psychologist. I wouldn't know how to diagnose that, but like I think Taylor did a really good job of making that apparent. It's hard to see it in the moment, but like when you can see it play through on that timeline, it's fairly apparent.
Absolutely. And I'll take a quick pause again. The GoFundMe link is in the pin to the top of the side chat. That's there to support Jasmine, the family, the victims. Let's do everything we can to do good shit for Jasmine and the family. They deserve it, man. They've been through the fucking gauntlet at this point, and they deserve some good shit to happen for them. So, and if you can't afford to do it, please share that link. Share it on all your social medias. Share it wherever, and do that. And then per Jasmine's request, I did put the link to her Facebook post a few minutes ago in there. So everybody, if you're listening now or later, you can have access to more of the facts because she's a fucking goddamn superhero, and she wants people now that the case is closed and the motherfucker's sitting in prison, that the truth is now out there 100.
And good for her. Like I can't tell. Like I've probably gotten 20 comments since I streamed about his conviction. Like, well, I don't think you should be talking about this if you don't have evidence of it. And like, I literally showed like the court findings. How much more evidence than guilty do you need? You know, like I can't help you with anything more than guilty. You know.
What? And anybody arguing that, like it's so fucked. He literally took a plea deal, y'all.
Yeah, he says it. I'm guilty.
And you'll hear the apologists where it's like, well, it's better that he does that than serve life. It's better he does. No, if you're not guilty, you're not guilty, and you fight that shit until the day you die.
Yeah, I mean, they
I'm
say
not-
life like it would be his entire life, but that's what, like 20 years? Like that's 8 years more, dude. Come on, you can do 8 years more if you're innocent.
Yeah, like I said earlier, let me rot. Let me rot. If I'm innocent, I will rot.
Yeah, it could be like natural life, like you actually killed somebody, right? Like you can get a natural life conviction. If I'm innocent, I'm doing that natural life. You know, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, fuck that shit. Fuck all that shit. But
I'm gonna go grab some soda. I'll be right back.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Yeah, Taylor. Anything else you wanted to throw in, my man?
Yeah, the older stuff like he did in Washington. Like, do you remember? Do you ever recall him talking about his prior, like his children and? Yeah, see that's what I remember when I first met Justin. This is like his 5th or 6th episode. We planned to do a debate on Math Pig's channel, and it ended up being on his channel. Math Pig came on, and Justin was telling me like, "Dude, this is great, man. It's my first debate. I want to get good at debating so I can go to family court." Like I was laughing at him, like, "Dude, they're not going to listen to you. They only listen to lawyers in family court." And I've been through that. And but no, he was hell bent that he's going to be able to debate the troubles he has in Washington away. And like I didn't know about those because he would give me all these bullshit stories. And then none of them added up.
Yeah,
that came to light. Like this happened before. There's more, like she said, there's more than one victim.
Exactly. Yeah, it's yeah. What? Yeah, because I felt like that was like the lack of better comparisons right now. If we're talking about a boxing match, like you just you're bodying somebody, gut punch, and that was there are more victims, right? And that was that I just got you with the hook, but now here comes the uppercut, right? Which she did. She did so well. But it was there are more, but just know this one's landing.
Yeah.
This one's landing. And she did such a great job of doing that. And
that's the thing. Like I've always known that there were other victims, but it was from a previous relationship that we didn't have evidence for, like we did for this one, right? Like so, I had evidence of the court filings of when he was charged and then when he was convicted. I only had rumor about what had happened before, but at this point, and then she's speaking of it herself. It's true. I never ran with it in my streams, or I never talked about it in my streams because I didn't have that actual visible evidence that would correlate what I was saying. But yeah, this was a pattern, and it was a pattern in his relationships. So for sure.
Yeah, and that's the if I say behind the scenes insight that we would not have on the YouTubes, right? That this is a relational pattern of his the come in, be the nice guy, and then start doing the manipulation and the deception and the grooming. We would have never known that, right? Because we're not subject to that. But now having two different stories where it's like they're damn near the same fucking story, right? The same allegations. It's just one didn't make it as far in court as the other for whatever reason.
Well, and these convictions are generally pretty hard to convict, especially for one, if it's a really young child, the child testimony is unreliable. For two, it's just really hard to get a conviction when it comes to any kind of real sexual violation. So yeah, I mean, there's plenty of times like people, Chris Jones and Kent Hovind situation where, we talk about these charges where he was convicted, but all the charges that he wasn't convicted, and there, people will go out of their way to justify, well, that says that this is some kind of conspiracy against him. And no, it just shows a pattern, and it's hard to convict these things. And finally, they nailed his ass.
Well, and that's the difference here is, yes, on pattern-based behavior, yeah, it's tough to just pin somebody, right? But here's the difference. In this one, there's DNA, motherfuckers.
Yeah, you can't beat that DNA.
And Jasmine hit the nail on the head. You can't coach DNA. You can't coach DNA. And when the victim says, you're going to find the DNA here, here, and here, and when they go check it and the DNA is there, and there, guess what, motherfucker? Good luck. Good luck. That's a closed case.
Yeah, and he had convinced the child that this was some consensual relationship. Like she was his new love, and that they were having an affair on her mother. And that child, I keep going back to her blaming herself in that statement. And it's like, well, they're both going out of their way because of his manipulation of this child to hide that from you, to make sure you are not getting those red flags, especially in that this isn't just some boy, this is your husband, know.
And again, she probably won't watch this, but I'll message her, and because as I'm thinking about this, it reminds me of my mom that's now passed, but before she left my dad. There are things that she said in that witness statement, just regarding the general abuse of the family, that I remember my mom saying, where it's like, well, no, I love the idea. I love the idea of this man loving me. I love the idea of this being a perfect relationship, this perfect love, or however she defined that. I remember my mom saying the same thing as an abused, battered woman. Whereas I still hold on to, I still cling to this idea that this can be healthy. This could be healthy. And it's that lingering want and desire to not let go, because you want it to work. You want it to be real. You want it to be healthy. But then, just like she explained, there comes a time where all the walls come crashing down. And this is fucked. This is fucked. And guess what? That's your exit. When those walls come crashing down and you realize toxicity for what it is, you realize abuse and trauma for what it is, get the fuck out.
Well, yeah, I've done a lot of work with abuse victims. It's one of the activism that I did. I worked with a local halfway house here for abused spouses, generally abused wives. It's generally the wife. Males can be abused too, but generally in these situations with these dynamics, it's the wife. And we worked with a lot of them. And you know, a lot of them have that moment, and you know, often the dynamics of these people are for one, they're looking for the victim mentality to begin with, so they can come in and they can sweep them off their feet. Once you sweep them off their feet, once you move them emotionally, and you have something different. Like she said it in her impact statement there, you know, she was a single mother for 10 years. Her daughter only knew, you know, her father because she just never brought other men around. Well, here comes Justin. He's that man that sweeps her off her feet. You know, that's what these predators do. And so you end up, you want that. You think that that's going to keep coming back, so you justify in yourself, like, you know, he's a soldier. He has PTSD. He has this. He has that. It's going to change. He's going. You know, this is classic in these dynamics, and so many times the women don't have that moment. So or they'll have that moment, and then they go back and they go back to the abuse because it's so ingrained in them. And so, like, a lot of them don't escape it. A lot of them don't escape it. They end up being abused for the rest of their lives if they're not fucking killed by the dude, you know. So, you know, kudos for her for getting out of there and getting her fucking children out of there. And yes, it was probably way more horrible than even the abuse that she knew and left and ran away from. But you got your kids out. You're a fucking hero.
Yeah, a superhero. Like I said, when I mentioned a fucking goddamn superhero in my book. But again, what's up, everybody that just recently joined? There's a link pinned on the top of the side chat. If you want, please support Jasmine and the victims, the family of all this bullshit. They deserve good shit to go their way. They've earned it at this point. So let's, as the atheist hood or the community, let's get behind them. Let's do what we do. Let's be good people and support any way we can. And even if you can't do it monetarily, financially, whatever, share it on all of your social medias. Get it out there. Because not only they need the support, but the truth needs to get out. Now that the case is closed and this motherfucker's sitting in prison, the truth needs to get out, because there's been a bunch of bullshit spread by he and his Islamic wife and their supporters. We need to make sure the truth is getting out there.
Yeah, and it's like the third crop of his supporters, right? Like, because the original ones that all converted him, like, they didn't stick around for this bullshit.
No. And I'll say this. I'll bring this up and try to bring it to more of a the scam. Like, before we knew about all this, the scam behind it, the Islamic conversion.
Mm.
Jake, first of all, I'll say it again here. I don't give a fuck. I've said it a billion times on my channel. Jake, the meta bitch, the salesman, he's a fucking coward. He's a piece of shit. But he was the first one to identify, oh, this is, like, Justin is ripe. Right? He's ripe. He's taking all of these extreme views. He loves philosophy. He doesn't actually care if the Quran is true. He doesn't actually care if the Bible is true. He's caught up in all this philosophical jargon.
Yeah.
Right? And that is not me just completely dismissing all of philosophy. So all you philosophers don't get butthurt. But for this conversation, Jake, the meta bitch, saw an opportunity, and he
saw a weakness and definitely attacked that weakness.
And like I said on the video, on the documentary, he didn't just fish. He threw the whole line out, and Justin ate that shit up.
Oh yeah,
hook, bait, sinker, like every.
And Justin thought like every atheist would do it, right? So, like, he tried to get me to talk to Jake, and I'm like, I don't want to talk to that dude. What little I've seen of this dude, I don't want to talk to him. For one, I have a much harsher take on Islam than most people do. So I start going and talking to a Muslim like that, I'm going to be called an Islamophobe. It's not going to be good. But for two, no, I don't have any interest in that. Justin started coming at me with these arguments. I'm not a philosophy dude. I saw through that bullshit right away. I'm like, Justin, what? This is what fucking convinced you? This? Seriously?
Yeah, it's that part of it in the, within the documentary. That's what, and I said almost exactly what you just said. It was like, of any of them, Islam? What the?
I'd rather be a Christian. God, and I don't say that lightly.
Yeah, I would reconvert before I converted to Islam. But yeah, in I guess my last point would be, this is where we all have to look out for each other, because all of us, like, we go through and let me hold on. Let me press a pause button. I'm gonna throw Justin Downing out of this conversation, like for a second. Like, this has nothing to do with Justin. Now the conviction, him sitting in prison. This is just about us as friends and the atheist hood and community, whatever the fuck you want to call it. When someone hits you up and they're like, "Hey, I'm noticing this or I'm noticing that," and it hit me a certain way, like, be willing to have that conversation. Be willing to have that conversation. Because it's probably not like we're here to attack. We just want to make sure that you're taking care of yourself and that you're approaching things in a healthy manner, and you're not entering an echo chamber, or you're not entering into a space where there's a lot of really deceptive, manipulative people, right? Because that is, I know I said throw Justin out, but it's still the example. Is that's what happened. Is there was a lot of people like, no, there's this echo chamber being built, and now present, and all of a sudden you're not listening to anyone that you called a friend for a year and a half. And we're just trying to reach out and be like, well, what the fuck's going down, bro? Like what is happening? And just know that it's when people hit you up and they're like, hey, what's going on? How are you? I'm just checking in. Like, that's not a judgment. That's not like a critique. That's just, I may be concerned. Or I love you enough to reach out and say, hey, what the fuck's going on? But
I've gotten it quite a bit. Since I've been online, there's a lot of good people out there that care, and if somebody's willing to come at you and they're worried about your things you might have said recently or done, be willing to listen, justify yourself if you feel the need necessary, justify your actions, but listen to what they have to say, because usually they're doing it out of a place of love.
Absolutely. And you know what? As we wrap this up, perfect case, and it's Rage and I on screen. Perfect case example is you, Rage, several months ago, you had a position, like, you were questioning, you were asking questions, and like, there were so many people like, oh, what is Rage doing? What is Rage? Where is he going? Is he a theist? Is he a deist? Where is he going? And you know what I did, y'all? I hit him up on Facebook. I was like, hey, bro, I'm actually intrigued.
You just asked me.
I'm intrigued. And I want to know where you're at and what you're thinking. Can we talk about it? And I told him in the private chat, we can do it privately or we can do it publicly. However you want to do it. Like, don't be afraid of that. And if you're more comfortable doing it privately, do that. Like, do that shit. But you'll find out real quick. You'll find out real quick who's in your corner and who's really for you in those moments, and who's just I don't really give a fuck. I don't really give a fuck. And that doesn't mean there's not bystanders, because there are bystanders that you know, they're not invested, you know, in friendships or relationships or whatever. But when people do reach out, don't be afraid to have those conversations, because sometimes we're wrong. Sometimes we're wrong. And I've been wrong. And I'm not ever afraid to admit when I'm wrong. And I wish now, in retrospect, even going back now what it sounds like the fourth grade, I wish Justin would have been able to admit that he was wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the level of the way he just went about, you know, professing himself. Just admit it. Don't go out there and blame your victim. Don't blame her. Don't talk about how you're going to put him on a stand and grill him, and you're going to have your day of vindication. I mean, accept it. If you're Justin now, like, not just some normal person taking some normal criticism, accept it and then go away. Stop streaming. Like, that's the one thing I could never wrap. You pointed it out. I could never wrap my brain around it. Is like, this guy. I said it a couple times when I was talking. Like, how is he still streaming? You know, like, that's Smokey Saint stuff. You know, like, what is going on?
Yeah, I don't. Again, as a father of four, I would be. What? No matter what was going on, I would be 100% focused on my children.
Yeah, and he would, like, reach out to me, so I'm sure he did it with you and with other people. Like we're supposed to think it's no big deal. No, this is a big deal. I think no, it was. I think the last conversation that I had with Justin was when I told him, I was like, bro, why are you on here? Like, why are you doing this? You have so many things happen, so many moving pieces right now. Why is this important to you? And now in retrospect, I get it, because for people that actually know what a narcissist is and how they operate, this is what they do. This is their disguise. Rather than address the actual issue, they cause all these distractions, right? Oh, yeah.
And they throw up all these other false flags, so to speak. And then it's like, well, which one do we talk about? Which one do we chase? They distract from the actual truth.
Well, yeah, and he set himself up for some kind of support as he goes through his prison term, right? So he spent the last year placating to a certain element of Muslims that would be willing to kind of look past this. I mean, they kind of look past it with their prophet, so why not with Justin Downing? And then, you know, so now he's played that victim card. He's convinced them that he's been discriminated against for becoming a Muslim. So now a certain element of those people are going to support him now while he's in prison. They're going to send him money for his canteen, or, you know, they're going to continue to give him support. Hell, some of them might be sending him letters, or even introducing him to their daughters. You know, like, that kind of shit is going to continue to happen, and you know, he'll be able to abuse from prison through cycles like that, and then he'll have, you know, shit set up for when he gets out of prison. It's really sad and unfortunate that people are willing to overlook, you know, the worst things a person can do. It's just there should be no overlooking that. You know, like, there should be no overlooking that, but yet they find a way.
Absolutely. And James is tired. If you can hear me, I put you on the screen. I didn't even notice you jumped in. But
no, you're good. I just came in the back. You guys were making some good points. Like, there was so much footage that got left on the cutting room floor of that. Like, I was helping Taylor grab clips, and I know I probably sent him like 5 hours of content he could have used, and he just had to, like, dissect stuff out. But there's like 45 minutes on the cutting room floor of Muslims. We'll pray for you, Khalil. Let us know when we win the trial. Those kind of statements. that the prophet was under these kind of attacks, and you're going through, this as well, and they hate you because of your apologetics, and they can't handle you intellectually. This was all stuff that got left just on the topic of what you guys are talking about.
And James, first of all, thanks for jumping on, and I apologize. I just Knock and I going back and forth. I lost sight of the backstage. I apologize, but you were one with Taylor and myself and obviously others, but we for the most part met Justin in the beginnings. We watched the video, but is there anything specifically that stands out to you as far as red flag, like when the red flag started to pop up? Is there anything for you?
Well, like when I'm looking back at like getting to know the guy in the situations, like I think just how creepy he talked sexually online, like some of the things he said, it wasn't like typical guy talk. Like he made comments about his next wife needs to be a virgin. He told us that he would have sex with anything.
Whoa. When, where, how?
That is creepy. I was
before this current charge came out, right after him and the wife he's still legally married to split. He was telling us several times he needed to get a virgin next. It would be a virgin next, and this is some of the things. Now, at the time, I'm just thinking this guy's super stressed out, like it's weird. But now, given all the information we have, it's like that's really creepy.
That's Misha Pop. I call that Misha Popoff shit. People don't know who that is unless you know who that is, and if you know who that is, I'm sorry. Wow, wow.
God. So James, was that in like the Facebook chat that he had, or was that live on like?
So he was pretty much moved over to Clubhouse before like all this stuff happened, but we were occasionally still doing calls, and every now and then people would come in, and he came in and he told us like that him and his wife had just split up, that he had thrown a bowl of chili at her, and all this other crazy stuff, and that they were fighting, and she was trying to get one over on him, like just completely, like his story shifted so much with this. But then it's like the very next day he's telling us this he needs to get a virgin thing.
And you know what? Now you said I there's a bit of me that remembers somebody sending me a portion of like an actual like chat. Now that you say that, now I have to go back through my message to see if I still have that. But holy fuck!
Wow. Yeah, I mean that's disturbing because
he's in his 30s, like a lot of us. Like, I mean, again, granted, he's like 6 years younger than me, but even when I was 32, like I'm not out there thinking and talking creepy about having sex with a virgin. Like that just seems weird.
Yeah, I mean the implications would, like, you're talking to a young woman, like, oh man.
Yeah, and real quick, I have to use the restroom because I've been going 3.5 hours now without a restroom break. So, James, you and Ray's chop it up %. I'll be right back.
Well, yeah, I want to comment on, because he talked about this line of scholarship when it comes to Aisha, and there is a line of scholarship. I've talked about it myself. In fact, I did this series on my first channel on the Caliphate of Islam, and I was trying to be nice about it and try to find the good benefits of it. And I found this line of scholarship that suggests Aisha was either 16 or 19, as opposed to the Hadith that clearly states that she was, I think, 6 when they were married, and the marriage was consummated when they were 9. There's this line of scholarship that suggests otherwise, and I remember, like, because I've talked to a lot of Muslim apostates. We had the Apostate Alliance on my channel. It's John Peterson and Faye the Most Gracious, who was an apostate herself, bringing on all of these apostates that she knew, interviewing them and talking to them. And I remember, like, I had brought that up with a couple of these past apostates, and I had also brought it up with a couple of Muslims. And every time I brought it up, and it's basically like this justification for their prophet, right? Like, your prophet didn't do this horrible thing that the Hadith suggests that he might have done, according to this line of scholarship. They would get fucking mad at me. They would get mad, like, no, she was 9. Like, they would be so adamant about it because, their Hadith tells them so. And it's like when he was on, when I saw him talking about that, and me and him had talked about that ourselves, and I had brought it up, like, most Muslims are going to have a very visceral reaction to you making those statements, Justin. And clearly, like, Taylor showed that they did. That really stuck out to me from that movie. I remember talking to Justin about that. Like, hey, I've looked at those lines of scholarship. It does seem to be like some kind of, I don't know, justification for this atrocious thing that Muhammad did. And Muslims don't like that. Like, they want him, like, because he did it, it's not wrong. Even if it was wrong at the whole argument, like, well, they didn't think it was wrong. Even if it was wrong at that time because Muhammad did it, it's not wrong.
Yeah, the thing is that that's the majority position within Islam. And like we talked about, Khalil was doing this, like, not doing this, but being charged with allegations of this all the way back in 2017. But you are right, when he joined Islam, he consistently had issues and problems representing the theology. It's like he definitely did not know what Islam was.
Yeah. I remember telling him that, like, because he's trying to convince, like, dude, I know, like, what I know about Islam is, like, I don't really need to know much more. Like, if I was in a certain country, they could throw me off the tallest building because I'm an atheist, I'm an apostate, right? Like, it depends on what country, but no, I mean, that's all I need to know. It's possible, right? So, yeah, I'll stay away. I don't need some philosophical reasoning for why this is acceptable to me.
Yeah, when I go back, like, because he was mentioning, like, red flags and just, like, strange things, like, he would tell us, like, crazy things about that he would have sex with any woman. Like, it didn't matter any situation if it was offered, but he said he gave all that up now that he's married. But he was very, very, like, I just slept with anything. Like, I mean, I've never, like, I've heard guys talk about, like, enjoying being sexually active, but I've never heard, like, just all the creepy statements that come along with it.
I mean, I'd sleep with anything. That implies you'd sleep with anything. It's kind of, gosh, like, I didn't even know this side of Justin. Like, man, you think you know a person.
Well, in Rage, that's why the couple scenes that Taylor put in there that I said were, it was like these extreme, and Taylor and James, to give them credit as well, talked about the same thing where it's like these extreme stances where it's like I'm a determinist, and I'm a hard determinist, and then I'm a nihilist, and then and those kind of ideas, and then all these other extreme views. And I'll say it, because I know, and I want to be respectful. James said I don't want to say there's extreme, so I don't want to speak for James, but I will 100% say these were extreme claims, and ideas that he was sharing. It's like, where are these things coming from other than you're searching for people to sign off on your bullshit? You want people to check off on your check boxes to make you feel like you're doing the right thing. Yeah. But then all of a sudden, there's crickets. And people are no longer checking off on it. And as much as I can't stand Jake, the meta bitch, isn't it ironic that even Jake and his people signed, like, when I say signed off, like, signed out They're like,
Yeah.
no, I'm not fucking with this dude no more.
Yeah, it seems like they they got their hooks on their victim, but then Frankenstein reared his ugly head.
Yeah, and as Taylor said, you leave Justin to his own devices, all of a sudden, all the walls start, crashing in.
Yeah, I know. I'd like to give a shout out to James and to Taylor for their hard work behind the scenes, because when I got when I did the stream and I got the initial accusations, I made a decision. All right, I'm just staying away from Justin. I'm staying away from this. I didn't pay attention to what was going on, so I didn't see all the victim blaming. That was another thing in the movie. Like I never saw that because I tuned out. I'll wait for the conviction. I just did that with Smokey. I'm not doing another whole stint with Justin Downing. And I tuned out, but I did have that chat of James, and I think you're in it too, Oz, of that group that's talking behind the scenes, putting these clips together. And when something would happen or Justin would make a statement, I'd become aware of it because you guys were constantly on that shit. And so kudos to you guys for not letting up on this and doing it the right way. Yeah, I mean, I think all around this was a job well done for those that were speaking out against it. Without you guys, I would have been totally unaware of what had transpired once I tuned out.
And Toxic did a good job of taking all the clips and all the information and trying to boil it down to the relevance. Like he even got the David Wood comments.
Yeah.
Which got Khalil in a lot of hot water. And I was in that chat live when he said that. And I don't know why people think that it's not gonna turn an eye or make somebody upset when you're talking about when you could KIL them.
Yep.
I misspelled it intentionally, Oz. I don't want to get your channel flagged.
I appreciate it.
Especially on the internet with all the eyes watching and yeah, I mean, it seems horribly irresponsible to say the least, but just problematic to insinuate that. Like I've covered David Woods a lot. I've said a lot about him, but the thought never crossed my head on what I could potentially or potentially not do to him based upon laws here as opposed to laws there. I mean, I don't know. That seems like. That seems creepy, again, creepy territory here. Like red flags that, it's in the moment, it's just, wow, you said a really dumb thing. But now looking back, it's like, wow, that was a red flag,
But the red flag before that, right, James, would be when he was talking to Ethan Michael and was defending Muhammad having a 6 or a 9-year-old, right? Like all those things already started to pop up, and it was about that time when I really started to, before the allegations became official, like those type of claims or innuendos, so to speak. That's when I started to separate myself. After that interview I had with him on our channel, it was like, nah, bro, you went from talking about being the liberal humanist, the most liberal humanist, like cool Muslim on the interwebs, and now you're defending this shit.
Yeah, he was going to bring the peace back to the religion of peace, right? Like he was going to bring the peace back to it.
Yeah.
One question I've gotten a lot during this, Oz, is like, why are you guys talking about it so much? And I said, well, you have to look at it from our perspective. A lot of us helped this guy to get established on the internet.
Absolutely.
A lot of people helped him with thumbnails, how to get subscribers, getting him guests. I got him, I think, 3 out of the, what do they call them? The Unholy Trinity or Unholy Four, whatever. Like I got him all but Lawrence Krauss. I was able to get him on there. But it's just like we helped him, and because we were friends with him, we have an obligation, I think, a moral obligation, to come out and say, no, we don't support that. Past videos with him on our channels are gone.
Well, not only that, but like we can't continue to sweep this shit under the rug because it's uncomfortable, right? Like, you know, don't talk about. No, let's talk about it. Let's. This man victimized somebody that was under his responsibility. It's bad enough that she was a child, but it was a child that he was supposed to be the one protecting her from being victimized, not victimizing her. You know, so we should talk about it. You should talk about it. And anybody that would come at you like that, they need to really check themselves, because that's the problem right there. That's why we can never resolve this issue. I know it's uncomfortable, but we have to talk about it. We can't let him fly under the radar so he can just keep espousing his bullshit.
Right, and I want to say this, and Taylor, I see you back in the green room. You're back in the atheist green room. I'm gonna bring you back on in here in a second, but I want to say this, and I think this is important, and this is a shout out to James is Tired, because James and I have not always seen eye to eye. We've had our conflicts, but when it comes to this kind of shit, guess what? Let's talk about the real shit. Let's talk about the shit that actually like fucks people up and ruins lives, and let's bring truth. Let's bring as many facts as we can. And yes, going back to day one, as best as we can in meeting Justin, the empathetic atheist, and rewinding back to then, and now fast forwarding to now, yes, telling the whole story. That way everyone actually knows what's going on, because guess what? He and his now community and his now wife, they would love for everyone to believe that he's a victim. Mm-hmm. They would love for you to believe that he's right and they're wrong. But guess what? We can even partner up and say, no, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. We can lay all the other things on the table and say that's for another time, or that's water under the bridge, whatever. But these things need to be attacked. They need to be talked about. And we can do that point blank, period. Because why? We have the evidence.
And we can do that together. Like this can transcend, oh, you're an atheist, oh, you're a theist, or you're a Christian and you're an anti-theist or anti-Christian. You know, this should transcend even that. Like, some things are just so horrible that there should be no justification. There should be no teams being played. You should be able to come together, hold your enemy's hand and say, fuck you, because this is my enemy, but this is, if there's an evil, this is that, right? And you can come together with that and transcend these ways we separate ourselves.
Yep, and then Taylor, you can now exit the atheist green room because you're the only one on camera.
Oh yeah, I just didn't want to smoke my bowl on camera.
Hold on.
He's not doing drugs on cam. I better hide my beard.
Taylor, your background noise is loud as hell, bro. Sounds like a fan, or like your face is.
His headphones might be off.
He's off his phone now, so the echo is gone. But yeah, that fan. Yeah.
It sounded like he had a fan right in his face. But no, James. The other thing I wanted to bring up is. I remember. I remember you connecting Justin with Dillahunty, and I think he was on there two times, if I remember right. And then, like, Justin just went after that. Oh God, the fan's back on. But then Justin made this like big case of like Dillahunty and Aaron Ra and whomever else were like making this big opposition or pivot against him. Did you? I never did. I never did as an atheist in the atheist hood or community, whatever you want to call it. I never really saw a bunch of pushback. Did you ever see it on your end, being the one that actually like made those connections for him? Did you ever see that or hear of it?
When you mean pushback, like when he became a Muslim, or?
Yeah. When he converted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Matt, to my knowledge, didn't make any comments. It wasn't even Matt who invited him to call into the Atheist Experience. It was Ethan. Michael had done a post saying we lost another atheist, and he tagged like Jenna Balk in it. She was hosting, I think, at the time, and then she invited Justin to call in. Now, I remember him getting like threatened from some atheists, but I don't remember, as I think back, any direct death threats. I remember like the reference about suicide bombing and really nasty comments like that, but I don't remember like to the severity that what he was conveying happened. But the thing with him and Dillahunty, and I have a video that shows like 4 or 5 back and forth responses between those two. But I was completely mortified because it's like, here Matt is, he comes on your channel, he's not saying anything about you, he's telling people to use your preferred name, and then at the same time, like, now you're just dumping on the guy. Like, I'm a theist and Matt Dillahunty's an atheist, but the guy's never done anything wrong to me.
Yeah, and I remember Matt. I remember Matt saying that, in according again to that part of the timeline, where he's like, "Well, if that's what he wants to be referred to as or addressed as, do that." I remember Matt saying that, and I did that up until the guilty plea. Once the guilty plea came out, it's like, no, you're just a motherfucking Downing. You're a predator. But yeah, and again, Taylor. Shout out to Taylor, because he did a great job of shining light on that there wasn't an atheist outrage other than the outrage that Justin had about the atheist outrage. Because, like, for me, it was like, yeah, what the fuck? Like, Islam, you went to Islam? But other than that, it was like, all right, do you, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm the only one that really made a negative video about it. And even, like, I think in my video, I was fair to him. I was just like, my thing was, like, I just want to know why. Like, why Islam? Like, why? But I was like, in my video, I was like, I'm not going to call you Khalil Allah, but I did start doing that. It wasn't until the accusations came out that I stopped doing it, and I just started calling him Justin Downing and then putting Khalil Allah in quotes, because to me it just seems like it was this new persona covering up past actions.
Right, and think about it, right now on screen we have two theists, and we all have the same fucking question marks. It's like, what the fuck, bro? What the fuck, bro?
Yeah, I don't know. You hear from every Christian you talk to that they were a former atheist. So then you see an atheist go to Islam, but any religion, it's like, yeah, I want to know why. Like, what led you there? And then you find out it's like philosophy, fucking philosophy.
Yeah, well, and I'm gonna ask. So I knew James, or I met James, and I'm not doing this to James. I'm not doing this to talk shit. I'm doing this to hopefully prove a point. James, when I met James, was an atheist, then became a believer. So I want to make sure that I'm doing this the best service I can. James never, in the conversation we did have, as heated or unheated as they were, never once told me, Oz, I heard this really cool philosophical argument for Jehovah or Yahweh. I heard this really convincing argument. No, he shared with me his experience. Guess what I cannot take away from anyone? A personal experience.
Yeah, I've always said the same thing.
I can't take that away, right?
You can't take away the reality of what they tell themselves was reality to them.
Yeah, their personal experience. That is whether I buy into it or not. That's a whole nother conversation, right? But it was never did James tell me, Oz, a couple Christian apologists hit me up with this philosophical argument that just bent my brain. He never did that. And I think that's where, and James, the reason I bring this up is because the one guy, oh God damn it, I just lost his name. The guy that Justin kept running away from.
Sam Shamoon?
Yes, thank you. He kept running away from him because of that. Because when you strip philosophy away, now it's either we're doing like sheer, like these are the facts, this is the sheer evidence, or it's personal experience. And you believe that the Bible is true because the Bible says that it's true. And that's why I said Justin doesn't even understand Islam, doesn't understand Christianity, because he's so hyper focused on the philosophy.
And then you would try to explain it to him. I tried to explain it to him, and he would talk about like 99 schools of philosophy or some shit like there's so many different schools of philosophy when it comes to Islam. Like, you can't nail it down. And I'm like, well, no, you kind of can, because the Quran says things and the Hadith says things, and you can kind of nail that down. And I don't think that there's like 99 schools of philosophy. I think that's just something that he says to kind of justify, like, I can be different. I can be this liberal Muslim. No, you can't. And I think that clearly was displayed with your very, very, very quick descent into fundamentalism.
Yeah, he had this approach so philosophical argumentation is good, but I don't believe that faith or relationship or belief is ever just tied to that. But he was unable to like connect on his theology. He was unable to like understand what he's saying. Like, there's this beautiful quote from a Nirvana song. He's the one who likes all the words, likes to sing along, but doesn't know what they mean. And that, I feel like, sums up Khalil Allah and his understanding of Islam.
He's the one who likes all the. Oh, let me stop.
I love it, Nirvana, man. That's my time. That's my time.
I love Nirvana, and that's a great point, James. He's the one who likes all the perfect songs. And like, it's
don't know what it means,
but I don't know what it means, and I say, yeah.
That's pretty much what happened.
and that's how Kurt Cobain ended it. But I say, yeah.
He read the footnotes. Basically. That's why it's called Doubting Kruger. He'd read the footnotes and he'd be like the expert, and he'd jump right in, like, I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna take this guy down. I know. I read the whole Wikipedia article.
All right.
Or at least the good parts.
Before we go straight comedy here, because I feel like it's going in that direction, I want to say one more time in the side chat at the top, go, if you can, go help, support, give, if you can, give to the victims. It's at the top of the side chat. And if you can't do it, please share it on all of your social medias. Like, push that shit out there. Help them. They deserve good things to happen. One thing
that should be mentioned too, Oz, with that GoFundMe is she shared this information publicly, so I'm not giving you anything she didn't, but she's unable to work right now, guys. She doesn't have a vehicle. The father of her son, who would have been paying some kind of child support, is obviously not going to be doing anything for the next 12 years to help them. And the GoFundMe did reach quite a bit. It's at 16,000 right now. But if you divide that out with the kids' education, sporting events, bills, house payments, all these other things, that's nothing.
It's not gonna go far. I mean, I mean, 16,000. That's good shit. But yeah, it needs to be. It needs to go farther than that.
The therapy and like
Yeah.
the kids are gonna need
All
therapy
of
for
that.
this.
All of that.
Yeah.
And thank you, James, for bringing that up.
I'll be doing something similar like this on my own channel. In fact, like, you know, I was watching this and I told Taylor, you know, hey, can I use this? And then Oz reached out to me and said, hey, I'm covering this tonight. You want to come on? I'll be doing something similar, pretty much showing it like Oz did on my channel, and definitely putting a link there, and hopefully my viewers that aren't over here, you know, hopefully the word can get spread a little bit more as well, because definitely we need to help her out if we can.
Yeah,
I'll give you I'll give you the film. We just gotta figure out how to transfer 9 gigabytes. It's a big enchilada. It's 90 minutes long.
There's little links that'll let you just download it right from YouTube, and you can put it that way.
And kudos for doing it, man. You know, documentary is daunting. Like, I thought about and considered doing a documentary on my interactions with Matt Powell several times, and the scope of it is just daunting, and I never do it. And you know, you said you was going to do this back in the day, and sure as shit, you stuck to your guns and you did it, and it was well done, man. It was, man, I enjoyed the movie.
That's what I said. Like,
it told the story.
But that's like, we knew Justin. Like, I knew Justin before he started this show, and then Oz, we became really close with him, and that's what I've kind of, like, I'm disappointed in a lot of people, but we have a responsibility to get this shit out.
Hell yeah.
And like, that's the, you know, it doesn't matter what the fuck you are. Like, you were there at Master Debaters. You've been there since he was an atheist, right? Me and James have known him the whole time. We know this Justin, that like the domino effect of what Justin was and how he come out with something stupid every week and shit. we know this guy. We have to tell the whole, like, the whole story has to be told. Because there's people that grab it, they go, oh, this guy got chomo charges and put it on the internet. But that doesn't really tell anybody anything. What, you know, it's, we tell the whole story.
And that was the end of the story, because, I mean, it was clear this progression that happened in this amount of time that ended with that horrible thing, you know.
Motherfuckers defending him tooth and nail. Like, I told you about what happened with Madsen. Madsen admitted, hey, I made some shit up.
See, I didn't know anything about that. Like, this is new to me.
Well, yeah, Madsen admitted to that, and I said, hey, man, you know, it would be righteous to you come on and just tell everybody that. We'll have an interview, and I don't know why the fuck you would defend the guy tooth and fucking nail, man. I know this guy. I've been hanging out with this guy for 3 years. I've seen this shit. I've seen the pattern.
What part are you talking about right now?
Well, that's what if like with Jasmine.
He came on Praise I Am to defend Khalil, and he made up several things in his statement to make it sound like there's a possibility that Khalil was not guilty.
You're talking about Richard?
Richard Madsen.
Yeah, he can suck a dick. Yeah, fuck him.
And that's what I'll say. That's the disappointment I've had. That people like that know Justin, like we did, and like these things that like you know, to me it's all like racing back in time. Like I'm like, holy shit, right? When these chomo charges came out, I'm just like, holy fucking shit. This guy, he's a sociopath, right? And I'm remembering all these points, like not just the one where he came on. I remember he said he's moving to Turkey to get a virgin. You see, that makes it, he wants to leave the fucking country because he knows he's got a fucking big ass skeleton in the closet. Yep. Right? Then he has like the family court, right? He had the baby mama that accused him of being a chomo, and then he has like he's got family issues in Washington, and then he knew that all that stuff's gonna come out.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. You wonder, like you're talking about, like he's on, like what happens? He gets chomo charges, slapped with an indictment. This is like nobody can hang their head. Nobody's gonna poke their head out of it. They just stay in the fucking house, tape the windows up with tinfoil and shit. Like Justin's on the fucking internet, like it's nothing.
Yeah, that's what it gets both me and Oz. I think like, how are you still on the fucking internet,
bro?
That's what I'm saying. He's a sociopath. He's not embarrassed about the charges. He's perfectly fine with everyone calling the charges. He's a sociopath. He's got issues. That's what, when the indictment came out, I knew.
Yeah, again, I've said it 3 or 4 times tonight, but as a father of 4, if a single motherfucker made an accusation like this, I'm gone from the interwebs and I'm fighting this shit tooth and fucking nail. I ain't taking no plea deals. You ain't talking me into a goddamn motherfucking thing other than rotting in a cell. You're gonna have to prove this shit to be true.
It's like that clip you had of me in your movie, dude. It was like, you know, he's calling me like, no, dude, you need to stop calling me and start calling your lawyer.
Yeah, he's not calling you to go, hey, he's not coming at you private like, hey, Rage, please don't say that about me. Please don't. He's trying to come to have a fight with you on the internet about it.
Yeah, he wanted to have
that's the persona he has.
He wanted to have a stream about it.
He doesn't care that you're saying it. He wants to be the one. He wants to see himself go up and fight you and threaten to sue you and have you back down, even though he knows that anvil's coming down eventually.
Yeah, because I never heard that from him. I never gave him the chance to threaten to sue me for my coverage of it until your movie, and I'm like, holy shit, he's like literally telling people he's gonna fucking sue him. You know, like
he wants to go fight. He went on Sid. This is what me and Randolph were talking about this on Clubhouse the other day. About the Sydney. Sydney was spreading some misinformation on the case, but the second time he did it, Justin actually joins the stream with him and gets into a fight with him and starts slandering the victim, and he says he's gonna grill the mom and the daughter, and he's just talking about his case like no lawyer would ever. The lawyer would quit if they saw that. But he did it because that's how much of a fucking narcissist he is.
Thank you. That's you hit the nail on the head. That's what a narcissist does. It's against all odds, no matter how evil and how fucked up I may appear, I must establish myself as the winner. I must establish myself as the winner, even though you're losing the whole entire fucking time. But when you look in the mirror, you think you're looking at a winner, but everyone else is looking you as you done fucked up, bruh.
Yeah, he wants to win the debate whether he's a chum or not. Over, hey, I'm going to prison. This dude's gonna be in prison until I'm 49 years old. He gets out on my birthday when I'm 49. I'm gonna be great. Hey, congratulations too. I saw that. You can be a grandpa. I'm gonna be a grandpa by the time he gets out of jail.
Who's gonna be a grandpa?
I saw that. I was gonna be a grandpa.
I'm already gonna be a grandpa, but fuck you.
Yeah. So I know
I'll be a grandpa by the time he gets out.
I'm just with like the next year, but fuck you guys. Oh, go ahead, James.
I was just game theoring, like with the ego that he has. Does anybody really think in 12 years' time that he's not gonna, if he comes out, makes it online, and he's not gonna try to rebrand himself?
He
will do something.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's him and fucking Mr. Dollar doing prison calls to his fans and shit. So, I'm doing all right, brothers. I'm a scholar.
I see it this way. James. It's going to go one of two ways. It's either he's going to go like, which would be typical to a narcissist. He's going to go all in on his, I'm going to go do my time and I'm going to come out a scholar. Like, he's going to do that. Go hardline narcissist, do that shit. Or he's going to come out a fucking skinhead.
Yeah.
He's going to be a racist ass fucking skinhead. It's going to be one of the two.
It could be a combination of both. It can be the racist skinhead scholar.
I've never met a skinhead.
There was one clip that Taylor had to cut, and I wish it would have been in there. But he's telling them about how cool he liked the movie American History X.
Yeah,
and he's telling his Muslim friends about wanting to get the swastika tattoo on his chest, and they're like, Justin, that's the wrong message from the movie. The movie's not
I cherry picked, or something.
Wow.
Or something. He cherry picked American History X Yeah, there's a lot of shit, but like it's like the movie's a puzzle, and that's like you don't understand. Like what the reason I have Bryce on there for so long, you don't see what Bryce is saying, but he makes mention that they don't think it could work, but he said it ended up better off for us and better off for him. And there's like a meaning to that, because like there's more in that interview. There's a lot in that interview.
Oh, there was a ton.
It hits, but it doesn't follow the linear path. But what Bryce is saying, Bryce is giving us poetic justice. He's saying that justice is going to change in a year, which happens. He's saying that it's better off for him and Wes to go one direction and Justin to go the other, which it is, ultimately, in a very dark kind of way. But it's true. Because the atheists wouldn't have stood for this like the Muslims have.
But Taylor, the one I have, before we wrap up, the one I have to hit you with. The one I have to hit you with is the one like cuckoo Christian fucking weirdo ass motherfucker came on. He was like, Justin, I received a word from God for you. And that is that you're
the beginning and end of the AEA show.
Your channel is going to be demolished, done, whatever it was. And while I was streaming, I tagged Rage. I was like, "Is this evidence of a prophecy fulfilled?"
I think it might be.
Yeah, that was fulfilled. That prophecy came to fruition when Justin became a Muslim.
Well, but even more, but now all the content's gone.
All the videos, yeah, they deleted the videos, but like,
it's even more fulfilled today, right, James?
Yeah, I mean, his channel, for all intents and purposes, is done right now, and the only way I would consider doing more videos or like addressing this longer is if they actually had the gall to do what Taylor thinks they might do, to video record prison calls from Khalil and to start uploading those to YouTube.
Oh my God.
Then I'm probably gonna have to cover it again. I'm probably gonna have to do something else other than the video I did, and maybe Taylor will want to do a part 2 of his documentary.
It's not a probability; it will happen, and don't worry, I will be.
Oh yeah, I mentioned it earlier myself. Like, he spent the last year, making himself the victim to a certain element of Islam that's going to be more than willing to look at him as a victim. And sure, a certain element of that element is going to definitely continue supporting him. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw shit, like statements coming from him out of prison in these Islamic circles now. Like, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
We got an hour of extra footage to make to make a part 2, and if he does, like I said, that's gonna happen, because that's what they've already Friendly Muslim and EA Dog. Like I went Gonzo. I'm Gonzo in the documentary, obviously. So I don't have a doubt in my mind that that's exactly what Justin will do. If they don't have like psychiatric help for Justin in the penitentiary, this is what he's going to continue to do. He's going to continue. He did a video like 3 days. Like, I found out that the police came and picked him up, right, a couple days before sentencing. That's the only reason he stopped posting videos on the internet.
Right, I heard that too. Yep.
He's still posting 3 days. He went on the EA Dawa show like a week. He's got sentencing. He's already pled guilty. He's on the EA Dawa show with all those fucking cartoon characters. They got a fucking cowboy and a right. It's a scam.
And that's what I'm talking about. When he said, like, no, I'll go in there, I'll do this prison thing, and I'll come out a scholar. Right. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be one or two paths. But as we wrap this up, because I'm going to have to recalibrate after this and fucking DJ and listen to some music, because God motherfucking damn.
I gotta go to bed. It's late for me.
So you said it first. You said it first. So, Rage, anything you want to say in closing before we wrap this shit up?
Yeah, I mean, good riddance to another pedo, man. And I'm glad this one's actually doing time in prison. And I'm glad that hopefully I don't have to talk about it anymore. And we can talk about other shit that's uncomfortable. You know, so I'm glad I'm glad he's doing the time, and hopefully he doesn't victimize other people.
Yep, he's away for a minute. For a minute, James is tired. Anything you want to say before we wrap up?
No, just if you haven't went back, please watch the documentary. I was going to message Toxic later about maybe uploading some of the unedited raw footage to like another channel where people can see some more of these clips in their entirety. But yeah, go back and watch the movie.
Oh yeah, and I'll do a repost of it with just the video without all this commentary in the next couple of days. But thank you, Taylor. You've been the one that's put the all the hard work behind the scenes, putting all the footage, clips, and everything together. Anything you want to say in closing, my man?
Hey, can you see my screen right now?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell me if you can hear this.
I think we actually almost have a kindred spirit.
His Khalil Allah got more into Islam.
Did you see that?
Yep, heard it.
All right, that's pretty much what I have to say. And yeah, we will be releasing the outtakes because there's Jimmy's interaction with Muhammad Yunus that didn't make the film. There's Bryce's statement about how Justin's position will change radically in a year, and there's a lot of good stuff that didn't fit in the film. It didn't. Right, it's good, but it didn't follow the linear path, so that will be coming out. Right. And yeah, we'll have the clip with the Smokey and Coolio are kindred spirits.
Yeah, they were definitely kindred, more than we knew at the time, but they were fucked up kindred spirits. But no, again, Taylor, thank you for putting all that shit together, and it's worth it for everyone to know exactly what happened and know the truth behind the bullshit. And another shout out to Jasmine. You are a fucking superhero. I am proud. We are proud of you. And again, the link is in the top of the side chat if you want to support. That they deserve to have some good shit happen to them and for them, and we'll continue to do that. But yeah, my final statement is fuck that bullshit. Fuck all that bullshit, and go support Jasmine and the family. And I'll check y'all backstage if I learn how to hit all the buttons right.
Yeah, this is a new app for me.
Yeah,
I couldn't get on earlier, and I realized, hey, let me try it on Google Chrome, and it was right away. It was like, okay, that's the problem.
So now here's the outro.
All I have in this world is my balls and my word, and I don't break them for no one. Do you understand?
You need people like me so you can point your fucking fingers.
I am the prodigy, probably an oddity, commodity to fuck up your psychology. I honestly, possibly, constantly body these fucking wannabes. I am the novelty, fulfillment of the prophecy. I am apostasy's atrocity, demonstrably an anomaly. Just check the verbosity of my anthology. What you want, I do this shit unconsciously. I told you after Devil's Night, I'm coming down swinging, hit them with that boom, and keep their heads ringing. Boom, I told you what I do. I told you what I do. Boom, I told you what I do. I told you what I do. Boom, I told you what I do. I told you what I do. Boom, I told you what I do. But you sleep, I told you what I do. What if I just switch the flow, let the pieces fall, call it domino. I kill in force, Idaho, you the hoe. I know you know how to ride this boat, rodeo. Like fuck with you a little, it'll ripple, cripple. But I give you this pickle. What am I trying to say? If A can beat me, then